Welcome to the show. Uh, Tonight we will be discussing. Well, I'm not sure what we'll be discussing. Maybe we'll test the test which old movies don't set off the copyright. That could be fun. Uh, and then discuss about conspiracy while we're watching the movie or something. Let's see. Well, I mean, I'm kind of late, I guess. Still might be chances that people might come on. I think everybody's asleep though. Yeah, so maybe we will test what breaks the copyright. Let's see what we got here. Oh, night and he's pulling. And, that wasn't it. Push the wrong button. Okay. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, stupid fucking mouse. Let's see. I mean, I could bust out some of the Chris Everard, but it's kind of old stuff. It's kind of boring. Who's all, who's in the house? Is Run in the house? Yeah, so maybe we should, no, that won't work. Secret space. No, that won't work. Well, the secret space is kind of boring. Let's see. Illuminati. Oh, that won't work. Okay. No. It only recognizes certain types of files. Let's see. Here. No, that doesn't work. Son of a bitch. Okay. So it's not recognizing a bunch of the stuff, so maybe I'll go to a different folder or something. I wonder if it'll recognize this. Nope, damn it. I was gonna put Leonard Nimoy on, but it doesn't want to play that either. Or that one, damn it. Okay, I'm running out of options here. Oh, looks like we got a visitor. Whoa. Hey, what's going on?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Are you live? Oh, you live. What's the topic today? What cool book do we read today, Clint?
This is the later show with
The
Conan
latest
O'Brien's
show
Curse.
ever. Okay. The latest after show after the anyways.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we can make an
It's open topic, open
oh
discussion.
wonderful. I want to speak about the spaceships under the pyramids.
Okay. Uh, well, go for it.
And what is the golden age in the United States doing?
Uh,
Everybody is rich, everybody has a job, everybody, there's peace and harmony, right?
hmm. Yeah, I mean, I get.
Almost.
Well, it'd be nice if I could get a job in the degree that I got the job to
Now everyone is a billionaire.
get. Yeah, we're just gonna have to build robots to start creating some kind of crafts or something.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, which one is this?
And uh, Jeffrey Epstein tells us that a banana is sentient,
Hmm.
and we all have committed mass murder.
Uh, wait, Epstein was a vegetarian. Is that what you're saying?
No, Jeffrey Epstein said in the interview with Bannon that a banana has a consciousness and is alive.
Well, he's also retarded, so
And and when Mr. Epstein was true, then we all had committed mass murder because I thought about it how many bananas I have eaten in my life.
to,
And if the banana lives, I have killed it.
well, I mean,
And then we have all go to jail.
to,
The only thing that is free is the bananas.
are you talking about metaphors here?
No, I say what Jeffrey Epstein said in the interview. It's
Yeah,
not
well,
me.
they're
This is
retarded.
this is yeah. This is no. Jeffrey Epstein was very intelligent when it comes to understanding the banking system, because he was a consultant between all these rich guys, the Rockefellers, and so on and so forth. But when it comes to this ideas, what is life, and he said Jesus was a carpenter. Didn't Jeffrey
That
Epstein know
that's
that
common
Jesus had
knowledge.
a spaceship and flight?
Well, he
And
wasn't part of that cult. He wasn't part of the Scientology version of the
yeah,
Masons.
for sure. And what did you post on X, Mr. Donkey and Jesus, and nobody will know? Can you enlighten us,
it,
Jesus
was,
and Donkey?
it was going on in that book last night I was reading after everybody got off.
Oh, I missed this. Can you? What came out? Your books are always wonderful.
It was
Not you are
well,
really
okay, so it was
a
saying
pro.
that the sign of Cancer was it used to be a goat or a donkey or an ass, and that that the it was a symbol of like the conquering or something, and that
But they don't. Okay, now I get it. I thought you meant the story that is written in the Bible when Jesus rode really on the donkey
yeah, that part, yeah,
with the palm trees and the palm
yeah,
leaves. Uh,
it was some really weird symbolism.
and this was in the Bible. It is not symbolism. Jesus, according to the Bible, rode on a donkey into the in.
Yeah, well, I
So,
can go over that. I mean,
but I think it was not the Bible you was reading out of. It
no,
was the
well,
Rosicrucians.
they
How
were
was
mentioning the Bible. They were basing on the Bible.
but they know it better.
Well, I mean, it's
Not their ideas.
well, they're not spewing the Gnostic stuff. I mean, I mean, you can call it Gnostic, but it's not really the modern Gnosticism. There's that. So, and it was attributing it to April Fool's Day. Let me see where did it?
April 1st.
Yeah,
No,
there's some legend about the
that's over.
Hebrews. In the Hebrews, God was an ass or donkey, which is another symbol of Jehovah. The
Hmm.
so then okay, so
Maybe the donkey represent the spaceship.
no, no, this isn't that cult.
Okay, okay, okay. Just an idea.
Well, so okay, so think of they considered I'm trying to sum it up. They considered the moving of the age uh from in four different points throughout the dispensation. Uh they
Please, sorry,
considered
my dog has. And now she woke up, and I have to go 10-15 minutes, and I'm back. Okay.
oh that's fine.
Okay. See you.
Yeah,
And
so
I remember donkey space, not spaceship. Jesus. Okay. and I will remind you. See you.
Okay. Yeah. So, well, let me see. Damn it! I got the book open. Let me just roll this joint so I can get the memory banks going. Okay. Yeah. So, where's that? I guess I'll just make this full screen. Full screen. Okay. Let me just zoom in real quick. Keep zooming, zooming, zoom. Oh, wrong button. Let's see. So I think it started on page 71. I think it might have started a little bit up more. I mean, it was going through multiple religions. Let's see. Where's the donkey? Where does it start here? Maybe I should word search it just to see. Okay. Why isn't it registering? Well, that's not the right word. Masses. Wait. Okay, this is part of it. Yeah, page 41. That's I knew it was a couple page for earlier. Damn, I didn't see those comments. Okay, so secondly, as Cancer, the site of the primeval manifestation of the devil and his works of disorder, we note that the Egyptian sign for the zodiacal constellation Cancer was the ass. This reminds us first that Balaam, whose name signifies devour. Oops, wrong one. Oh, God damn it! What the fuck just happened? Okay, that was fucking wild. I pushed the wrong button. Name's devour. Wait, identical says Goldriker with the Arabic Lockman, the monster which devours the sun, rode upon an ass, and when he strove to prophesy contrary to the two identical indications of the stars, the flaming messenger inferred. So they're talking about a solar eclipse. I'm pretty sure the darkening out of the sun. So the donkey must be well, I mean it's all metaphors. So what is it? It's like the symbol of the riding and then the new age. But it's like a 4.0, like way more advanced than just something simple like that. Let's see. And when he strove to prophesy contrary to the true indication of the stars, the flaming messenger inferred, and the ass spake, as the sign Cancer still speaks to him who hath an ear to hear the scientific mysteries of the kingdom. Further, that on the one hand, when Jesus, who was born in a manger, was transfigured on the mount, his face shone like the sun, whose emblem was a horse, a superior sons of our sun, namely the seven Pleiades, being represented by a seven-headed horse. But on the other hand, when we went to Jerusalem to conquer the power of darkness, when he entered the city riding upon an ass, the Egyptian sign for Cancer, the constellation of evil. The Mohammedan legend of the War of the Elephant contains very suggestive details. When Abraha drew near Mecca, the elephant on which he rode, which was a very large one, refused, like Balaam's ass, to advance any further. On the sudden, large stock of birds, Pleiades, doves, appeared, bearing stones which they threw down upon the heads of Abraha's men, killing every one. Then God sent the flood, swept the dead bodies into the sea. One of them escaped to the Red Sea. Excuse me. Strange survivals of tradition in connection with the ass as emblem of Cancer are profane accusations of heathen people that the no, yes, heathens were saying that the god of the Jews was an ass. It says, compared to John 8:44, ye are your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. I'm not sure what that means. They are then Jeremiah 19:4-5. They are their fathers and kings of Judah, places of Baal to burn their sons in fire for burnt offerings to Baal, which I commanded not, neither came into my mind. Okay, that's interesting. The otherwise incomprehensible medieval buffoonery of arraying an ass in ecclesiastical robes, the conducting of the beast, the altar of April Fool's Day, the custom still extant to sacred dances, the American Pueblo Indians, natives, for including in the carefully rehearsed dance around the sacred fires, representing the circling course of the planets around the central sun, the lawless pranks of a clown who runs amok against the dancers as if seeking to involve everything in satanic confusion. I'm not sure what he means by that. I think he means adversarial. Says Drummond, Jehovah implies a supreme being. It has been absurdly pretended by some of the pagan writers. The Jews worship their god under the form of an ass. Uh, in order to support this idol fable, they remark on the authority of Apion, who was an Egyptian, that the letters IHVH signified an ass, isn't a donkey. They say Jehovah was pronounced JAO or IEO, and that this meant an ass in Egyptian. This accusation may have risen from ignorance to the theological connection between Cancer with its manger and Jehovah God, the only Savior. Cancer, as we have seen, is the original site of destruction. Eusebius writes, omniscient God sent down inundations and conflagrations, that it was the first begotten wisdom of God, and the pre-existing Word appeared at times to his servants in visions of angels, at other times in his own presence as the saving power of God. He was seen by one of the other of the pious in the shape of a man, for it is not possible to appear in any other shape. This agrees the Hindu avatars. Isaiah writes, quote, when then passest when thou passest into waters, I am with thee, and into floods they do not overflow thee. When thou goest into fire, thou art not burnt. Think of the Hiram Biff. The flame doeth not burn against thee. I am Jehovah, and besides me there is no Savior. End quote. Within the meridians of Cancer, or the ass, we find Precipe, the manger, with the two stars known as asses. The ox, Taurus, hath known his own, and the ass, Cancer, his master's crib. But Israel hath not known, my people hath not understand. Lo, the king cometh riding an ass. So then think about how it's saying Taurus. Taurus was the first alphabet of the letter, and that there's a occult significance to the sequence of the alphabet, and that the cow was made first because in ancient times they would uh, clip the cow and make it so it couldn't make the bull so it couldn't mate, and so they would turn the bull into a steer, and that so it could make nothing, and then because in the beginning was nothing, the alpha and the omega, and the symbolism. And so I'm pretty sure in the Greek, O was the last letter of alphabet as well. Let me let me check that real quick. I'm pretty sure. Greek omega. Yeah. Greek omega, the last letter. I was right. Uh, Greek omega, alpha and omega. The end. Okay, so wait, there's a little more to it. I'm pretty sure. Here also are Hydra, the flaming water, and the dragon in the waters, and Argo, the ark of salvation. The entire combination lies between the meridians of Leo and the unicorn Monoceros, familiar throughout the civilized world as the arms of Great Britain. Arabian astronomers say that when the sun reappeared after the Great Catastrophe, it was by the star of Denebola, the tail of the zodiacal lion. The astronomical fact is commemorated with the ancient standard of British India. Ah, that's what that was. I think I took a screenshot of it. You also see the one pillar. Uh, the next 30 degrees from 120 to 150 degrees east longitude fall the sign of Leo. Leo represents the Nemean lion which leaped down from the skies and was slain by Hercules. Esau, Jacob, Osiris, Israel. Esau, Jacob, Osiris. Leo is an emblem. So they're saying Hercules is Esau, Jacob, and Osiris in Israel. See page 170, which that's a long ways from here. Leo is the emblem of violence and fury in the hieroglyphical writings. He is represented by the Hindus as rending a stone pillar asunder as Samson. Samson, the sun, and Leo pulled down the temple of Baal, the two pillars of the universe. The stately palaces against temples, the stupendous edifices of Mahaballipur of India are universally believed by every Hindu, whether learned or unlearned, to have been destroyed by a general deluge. Excuse me. General deluge brought up upon the earth by the immediate mandate of the supreme God. They still show the chasm in the rock that forms from the largest trees and divided sculpture, but too plainly shows that nothing less than such a convulsion of nature could have rent so large a mass of solid stone, leaving the divided sculpture each side of the chasm, evidently denoting that it was carved before the convulsion took place. Higgins from Apocalypse. Inacalypsis, sorry. Beneath the constellation is the land of China, with the Liao Chu Islands, the Gulf of Lao, the district of Nanlu in Siam, where still dwell the Laos. Here too appear in the skies the horrid monster Hydra slain by Hercules, who slew the lion. The letter L is known to be represented originally by the figure of the lion. In Hebrew, we find Labi, a bold lion, Laish, an old lion, Labaim, lions, Labia, and Laboeth, both lioness and lionesses. I wonder if Lebanon is named after a lion. Which, because I think Lebanon would have been the old land of Judah as well. In Martini's history of Sinha, the Chinese name of Leo, is given as Sin or Mazzaroth. In Sanskrit, Leo is Sinha or Sinham. Lo, these from afar come in, and lo, these from the north and from the sea, and those from the land of Sinom, China. Oh, wait. So he's saying that Isaiah, what number is that? 20. What is XLI? I don't fits XL. What is that, like 49? I think L is 50. So it's 40. Isaiah 49:12. That's what that is. I should probably change the name of this broadcast just because I don't think we're gonna summon up Conan O'Brien's curse. Okay. And let's now fill the rest in later. Oh, okay. Sorry, I just had to retitle it real quick. Conan O'Brien's curse is not showing up. That was a joke. Well, that doesn't even make sense. Yeah, I was originally going to title it Conan O'Brien's Ghost, but I didn't want to like curse Conan O'Brien. Okay. The connection between the Hebrew and the Chinese languages has been stated as follows. Where's that? Oh, every word was spoken before it was written. Consequently, the sound passed from mouth to ear. Finally, since speech was universal, while writing is even now confined to a number comparatively small, reaching many places where its first written characters never followed it. Spelling and grammatical inflection also are matters of artificial growth and continued change. John Morris in the New Nation says, after an examination of Egyptian language, of the hieroglyphics of Assyrian, Hebrew, Peruvian, Swahili, Zulu, Kafir, Fiji, Arabic, Persian, Sanskrit, Hindustani, Malay, Chinese, New Zealand, Manchu, Tartar, Turkish, Circassian, Greek, Latin, Gaelic, Irish, Welsh, Cornish, Romane, Anglo-Saxon, Icelandic, Eskimo, Swedish, Danish, German, Dutch, Polish, Romani, Italian, French, English, Spanish, Zincale, and some score of African dialects, which embrace all told probably 9/10 of the human race. I'm able to state from personal knowledge that the whole form of perfect network of connections with each other. Wait, where's that? Plainly showing them to have a common origin. Their differences bring no more than would naturally arise in time between people having surroundings entirely unlike the developing different mental and physical characteristics. The acts, facts, and deeds of the last form of the roots of words, just as new acts, facts, etc., now give rise to new words. Thus, Mr. Macintosh invented waterproof clothing. What does that have to do? What does that have to do with the price of rice in China? Garment in which the material was first manufactured. Macintosh. Okay, so Daguerre in France invented the mode of taking people's likeness. I think he's giving examples of the creation of new words. Daguerre in France invented a mode of taking people's likeness, and through this process has been superseded by improvements. The pictures thus produced are still called the English daguerreotypes. McAdam invented the particular way of making roads, therefore we have mediumized roads, mediumization, etc. Galvani discovered certain electrical current phenomenon, and we now galvanize, galvanic, galvanize, galvanist, galvanism. Like you get galvanized nails or screws. Just as galvanism, galvanique are recognized French words. Uh, Burke invented a mode of is it comparative vocabularies 56 through 58. Well, that sounds interesting. What was that? Burke invented the mode of category, or wait, committing murder by a new way of producing. Well, that's fucked up. Burking, that's fucked up. Let's skip that part. The few sounds of which the Chinese language consists proves its derivation. Although the Chinese have until recently been cut off from the intercourse with all the other nations in the remotest period of the national existence, the language is not as old as Jacob, for it contains only words traceable to Noah, Sin, Toi, Shu, Leah, Ahi, or Hua, alias Twa, Tuban, and Nun, with perhaps Chanan, Chanain, Enoch, alias Chanach, squeezed into Chin Yang or Chang, Benjamin into Bang, Manasseh into Mang, Goni into Gan, and only remain root sounds of Chinese being Ken, Gan, Wen, Yan, Lan, and Ling. Thus, the Chinese language is formed on the names of Noah and founded on the names of Noah and his descendants on the Shemite and Hamite sides. Well, that's interesting. It appears then that at some period about the time of the Exodus under Moses, when all the countries bordering on the center of population were in a state of commotion, a large section became severed by the rest of war, famine, plague, and some such cause, and having successfully fled from the scene of calamity, determined to remain severed. For this reason, they seem to have gone as far as possible to the direction they happened to take, traveling on, in fact, until Pacific Ocean barred their way. Their number must have been large, because the Chinese now master about a third of the whole human race. They no doubt traveled under the leadership of some one master mind, Fohi Noah, who, desiring to keep them a people apart and to obliterate all memories of their past connection with other peoples, to this end vested a new and artificial language. The Chinese tongue bears evident signs of having been constructed by some one mind on a wonderfully conceived system. It was, of course, impossible to invent sounds utterly known, but the restricting the sounds used, a similar purpose was accomplished. The elements of the Chinese language are words, not letters. They are evidently based upon A B C D F G H I J L M N O and R S, but with the extraordinary provision that they are always followed by one or two consonant sounds, N or NG. To each word was attached a number of arbitrary meanings which, by systematic teachings, were drilled into the minds of people. Professor Terrain de la Couperie was identified as the first 500 Chinese characters as those used by the hieratic Akkadian. He brings the Chinese from Louisiana into northwest modern western China about BC 2300, has massed a convincing array of facts which received the sanction of Lenormant and is supported by Sayce and other careful scholars. The great plan, as the Chinese loftily call their chant of wisdom, was brought from the banks of the Euphrates, from which it is also carried, as it now appears, to the four quarters of the world. A minute later go. The body of the Hydra appropriately extends from the meridians of ill-starred Cancer and Virgo Leo, while his fiery head gives the Chinese their national heraldic emblem, the flaming dragon. Yon, immense serpent which wears the dripping mane and vasty head 10 times higher than the height is cedar, forth from the abyss, looking as he coils himself around the orbs we lately looked on it. Is he not the kind which basked beneath the tree of Eden? Confucius correctly fixes the astronomical geographical location of the dragon as extending from the waters of the Indian Ocean to the Pacific. The dragon feeds on the pure water of wisdom and sports the clear water of life. This that's a haiku from China, I think. This is a link between Confucius and Hebrew Kabbalah, where the primitive ring of waters above the firmament is also understanding the wisdom, the great mother, etc. Symbols. With the Greeks, Hydra, the water serpent, was a terrible 100-headed monster dwelling in Lake Lerna, Lemuria, possibly. If one of its heads was cut off, two others immediately grew, if the wound was not seared with fire. Hercules, aided by Iolaus, cut off its heads and applied burning iron to the wounds. To the north, over the heart of Russia, is the constellation known the world over, from the Iroquois Indians, natives, to the Arabian astronomers, as the Great Bear, or the fuck is that bear constellations? Ursa Major. Yeah, that's it. Thus establishing the original title of the land of the Tsar to its heraldic emblem. Ah, so he's saying the heraldry is attributed to constellations. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. The joint's harsh. Next 30 degrees from 150 degrees to 180 east longitude falls Virgo. Beneath this sign lies the western portion of the Pacific Ocean, containing the lost continent of Maragisma, from whose sinking debris have rescued specimens of antediluvian pottery and other relics of destroyed civilization, says von Rickart and Means and Cheops. Once a chain of land or bridges connected the peninsula of Malacca with Australia. On a large island with the Indian Ocean, a greater variety of animals may be found than in many a larger space of land. How did elephants, hippopotami, rhinoceros, boa constrictors, etc., get to that island? Save across a bridge. Do not all reefs and islands of the Pacific betoken submerged land? What can be the origin of these stones fortifications on the island of Opera, if it is not a part of the antediluvian continent? Oh, I didn't realize my camera froze. Location of Virgo is recognized in the familiar Roman Catholic hymns to Mary, the mare or the sea, the star of the sea, a title also given by the old church to chapels here and there over the world. In the Orient, Virgo is known as Durga, a divine woman standing upon the sea and arrayed with a robe adorned with the stars. One of the great deities of Peru was Viracocha, who rises from the water and disappears in it. Viracocha was neither flesh nor bone, and yet ran swiftly, lowering mountains and raising valleys. As the name Viracocha signifies foam from the sea, we recognize at once the Virgo of the Occidental world and the Durga of the Orient, both of whom stand upon the sea. The mirror or the mare, the Virgin Mary. Ave Maria Stella, Hail Mary Star. Ah, that's what Stella means. Bright mother of our Maker, hail thou virgin, ever blessed. The ocean star by which we sail, and again the port of rest. Hail, flourishing virgin, chastity's renown, queen of clemency, whom stars do crown. Hail, city refuge, King David's towers, many with bulwarks and armor's power. The conception charity did flame, the fierce dragon's pride were brought was brought to shame. Judith, invincible wonder of arms, fair abasig virgin that true David warms. That doesn't rhyme very good. Thus the present day sings the Holy Catholic Church. Ah, the faith once delivered to saints, however, the Church has suffered to become interpreted at many points as something small and local, taking its humble rise 19 centuries ago, and as yet not proclaimed to the majority of the world, contrary to the express statement of the Apostle Paul that it has already once been preached all in all creation which is under the heavens. It is this false, small, and local appearance which gives the modern world its Robert Elsmeres. Well, who the fuck is that? God damn it. I gotta type this shit. Robert. Oh, god damn it, the mouse is in the way. Robert Esmere. Let's see. Robert Esmere. Title character of an 1888 novel by Miss Humphrey Ward. He is a well-born, sympathetic clergyman, the son of Edward Claremore, nephew, blah blah. He is portrayed as a favorite of fortune and background in the church. He possesses literary and aesthetic instincts, strong sense of conscience, and natural gift of sympathy. Okay, so wait. No. Conflicts between traditional religious belief and modern intellectual scientific thought. Okay, so I think that's what it's about. Yeah, so it focuses on the conflict between traditional religious belief and modern intellectual scientific thought. Okay. The assumption of the Virgin Mary is fixed on the 15th of August because of the time the sun is so entirely in the constellation Virgo, the stars of which it is composed are rendered invisible in a bright effulgence of its rays. And so the Church says, this day is Virgin Mary. This day the Virgin Mary is taking up the heavenly chamber in which the King of Kings sits in his starry seat. The misinterpretation of this sublime and ancient symbol into the contradiction by the Lord of life himself of the divinely appointed law of human generation is as needless as it is shocking to the awakened mind. It is hard to say which degradation of Virgo is worse, that by the Greeks into the Venus or of erotic literature, or that of evangelical idolaters who, not dreaming of the spirit that would make these literal dry bones live and breathe, persist in viewing the Blessed Virgin simply as Jewish maiden to all human observation, belonging to a well-known order of temple maidens who have brought forth children by divine obsession without human paternity. The capital of France still retains its name of Paris, Para-Isis, under the protection of Isis Virgo. Hold on, I'm going to screenshot that part. Isis Virgo and its great cathedral bears the name of Notre Dame, Our Lady. The architecture of the building represents the signs of the zodiac, 6 and 6, perpendicularly on the sides of the northern entrance, while the Virgin, at whose honor the building is dedicated. talking about Notre Dame, is taken out of her place in the association of signs set over the center of the door, with the child Jesus in her arms and under the feet of the serpent twisted round a tree, an ancient figure of the entire zodiac. Ah, which celestial tree bears a fruit, namely a sign for every month, just as the planisphere of the serpent Hydra extends through the meridians of the sign Virgo. The inscription in the temple of Isis was, quote, I am all that is, that was, and that shall be, and the fruit which I brought forth is the sun, by the star de Nebola of the Sphinx Leo Virgo. I've seen that first sentence before, but not that last part. We have, says Abul Mazar, the first deacon of the sign of the Virgin, following the most ancient tradition of the Persians. The Chaldeans and Egyptians, Hermes and Aesculapius, a young woman called in the Persian language Seklinidos de Darzama, in Arabic Adrena Defa, that is to say, a chaste peer, i.e., of fire, the Immaculate Virgin suckling an infant, which infant some nations called Jesus, but which we in Greek called Christ. This infant was removed from the planisphere, as we have it, in conformity with the same policy of concealment, which separated the head of Draco from the heel of Hercules, removes the ram's horn and Aries from the Pleiades to the opposite meridian of the sign, and doubtless perpetrated other crimes yet to be discovered against the ancient landmarks. The wicked remove landmarks, says the prophet. That's interesting. What is this? Oh, I don't think I want to read this whole little song thing. Perfection, blah blah, tree, perfection, blah blah. Crown are the ancient Pleiades, angel star, golden fruit, God's harmony. Okay, so the infant of Virgo is now represented by a cluster called Coma, which the serpent held by Ophiuchus threatens to devour, as once the python pursuing Latona sought to devour her offspring. Now Ophiuchus is Asclepius, who went to Rome in the form of a serpent to heal a plague, which saying being interpreted declares that the Passover from Taurus to the Ram, i.e., Rome, see Aries, Ram, i.e., Rome, Ram, Rome, ah, hmm. During a plague of fiery serpents, the blazing serpent upon the cross formed by the intersection of celestial equator and the ecliptic brought the healing to all who looked to it in faith. Furthermore, Virgo ruled during the Golden Age, when the earth brought forth fruits in abundance without the labor of man. The constellation of Virgo, bearing the sheaf, whence her zodiacal mansion was called the House of Corn, Bethlehem, rose upon the horizon at the precise hour of midnight, December 25th, the time of the winter solstice, fixed by the church for the date of the nativity of the sun by the pure, fiery Virgin. Interesting. It is it is a cardinal point of Chinese faith that their son, their savior God, Yahweh, Jehovah, enters the world at midnight, 24th day of the 12th month. On this occasion, the golden cock, talking about a rooster, upon the tree of life does not wait for the dawn, but crows all night in honor of advent of the spiritual sun. With us, the Yule tree has degenerated into a toy, but the Chinese tree is still a tremendous reality. This cosmic tree rises out of the waters of the Eastern Ocean, its branches crystallizing into rock and earth, with the sun and the moon displayed on either side. In Chinese mythology, the almond tree is Mount Tuso. The tree is almost an animal, nay, a human being. Every woman in China is a tree in the underworld, and her children flowers on that tree. In the heavens, they are stars. This is all symbolism. Virgo, the woman adorned with the stars, who brought forth the sun of righteousness, who rose with healing in the wings, bears in her hand the branch, symbolizing the tree of life of revelation, producing 12 fruits month by month, severally yielding its fruit, and the leaves of the tree for the healing of the nations. Duchy's picture, the burial of the Virgin, represents the Virgin being lowered into her tomb. 12 apostles variously grouped around her, St. John kneeling by her side, with the 7 stars of his blessed dipper raying from the edge of the palm leaf in his hand. Substitute the peach tree for the palm, and this picture would mean in Chinese new light. Let's see, blah blah, Lamb of God, 12-fold fruit is still, blah blah. Okay. Fruits O hearing the sapphire wall, trees of life immortal grow. Hmm. Symbol of the 12 constellations. Unfortunately, the learned Chinese guard their jealousy. So jealousy, their sacred knowledge that Christian scholars visiting China are generally compelled to depend for their ideas of Chinese religion upon inferences drawn from the statements of customs of the most ignorant classes. This, of course, is a great impediment to seekers after the precise teachings of Chinese religion. It is far different in Christendom, where the Chinese inquire instead of being turned over to our illiterate classes is and hesitatingly given a complete exposition of the Christian religion as it is taught and explained by the most authoritative theologians. Virgo is also the original Sleeping Beauty who was kissed on the lips by the sun when he reappeared by the star Denebola in Leo Virgo. And that's the movie Snow White. Or in the compound constellation of Sphinx. Her palace, alike in Grecian myth, Hindu legend, and upon the astronomical planisphere, is set around with ring fences, planetary orbs, 7. What? Well, I did want to bring up something while we're talking about Disney. So I've been talking about Lion King and stuff for a long time, and the symbolism, and well, it's pretty crazy because uh, well, that somebody who was on the Epstein list made a video where all the people were different animals, like the Lion King. Guess who was the lion? So I thought that was pretty funny. I don't know if it's just a coincidence or if it's. I mean, most likely it's just a coincidence. I don't think that. Well, it's just fucked up. Cool. Yeah. So well, it's fucked up because in the Lion King, the symbology of the hyenas at the end, there's no hyenas, and that uh, well, the hyenas were Mexicans in the Disney symbology. And I mean, technically, the Mexicans are all getting kicked out of America by the guy that was the lion in the fucking movie, or in the little reel that. I mean, it sounds crazy. It's just a strange coincidence because it uh, matches up with the. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to discuss go too far, and there's more to it. But We've already discussed the Lion King symbology. There's a whole Cooper episode about it. William Cooper, if you're not sure who Cooper is. The Hebrews adopted Virgo as Furco, which the rabbis said signified the division of the 10 constellations. The 10 tribes. Ancient Virgo, Scorpio being divided, and Libra introduced, thus making 12 zodiacal houses instead of the early Sephirothic 10. So the Sephiroth is a symbol of only the 10 zodiacs instead of the 12. That's interesting. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas. Oh. From 180 to 150 degrees west longitude falls Libra. The conjunction of Leo and Virgo over the lost continent, the Pacific Ocean, explains the meaning of the Sphinx. Uniting the head of Virgo with the body of the lion, the offspring of Chimera, a monster of fire and water, and thus affords a clue that the disaster after which the Son of Righteousness arose with healing in his wings, as we see in the Egyptian emblems closed by the star Denebola to the overlapping of Virgo. So the position of Libra or the balance immediately in connection with Leo and Virgo reminds us of the crucial importance of the doctrine of equilibrium of balance in the book of concealed mystery in the Hebrew Kabbalah. Libra in the hieroglyphics of Egypt measures the water in the hollow of the hand. Doctrine is still represented among civilized nations by the combination of the figure of Virgo on the signs of balance and familiar form of the astral goddess of justice holding the scales. It is remarkable the sign of Libra is, according to Godfrey Higgins, the great badge of the Roman Catholic Church. It is placed in the breast of the Pope. Thus, the, the badge represents the human or Jesus condition of Christos, the descender into the pit who rises under the sign of Libra, or balance, at the restoration of equilibrium of balance. From 150 degrees to 120 degrees west longitude falls Scorpio, the sign accursed, pertaining to Typhon and his reign. It was when the sun was in Scorpio that El Osiris, El Asar, Israel, La Azaria, Lazarus, Sisera died. So Lazarus is Scorpio. Uh, El Asar, God damn it. Where's that? Yeah. Scorpio is the emblem of the tribe of Dan, but we are told that the tribe rejected it for an eagle aloft, bearing the serpent in its talons. Scorpio falls to western North America. Here we find overhead the constellation of Hercules, who is attacked at birth by two fiery serpents. It is well known that Hercules is meant the sun, that the 12 labors referred to the 12 zodiacal signs. Says Parkhurst, the labors of Hercules seem to have had a still higher view, and to have been emblematic memorials of what the real Son of God and the Savior of the world was to do to suffer for our sakes, bringing a cure for all our ills. As the Orphic hymn says, Hercules, besides Hercules strangling the two serpents sent to destroy him in the cradle, their exploits performed by him ever before Elamine, or Alasion, Elion, brought him into the world. So remember that Hercules is that Horus also is attacked by two serpents in the cradle. Uh, some of them taking an oracle or tradition in heaven that the gods could never conquer the giants without the assistance of man. Adam Kadmon. Let's see what that says. See Parkhurst on Hebrew. OSIE. Strength, vigor. V. Protector, Hercules. VI. The black eagle. See also the woman bringing forth a man child into the wilderness in Revelation. Here too, overhead, is Ophinius, the serpent bearer, while nearby over the heart of the United States of America, appearing the only eagles known to astronomy, one toward the north and the other towards the south. Our eagle, therefore, is not a borrowed bird after all, but is the traditional heraldic birth sign set apart for Americas and the stars unknown ages ago. But of this eagle more later on. Remember that the America has a bald eagle and that Mexico has a black eagle. Two eagles. The black eagle is eating the serpent. The double-headed eagle. America and Mexico. Presence of America of Dan's emblems. Because remember, in the symbol, one of the eagle's heads is white. Presence of America and Dan's emblems reminds us the natives in their worship of the Great Spirit had no image of deity, but like the Hebrews possessed a portable ark, in which deity was continually and especially presented, and from which was regarded as too sacred to be touched by any profane hand. Moreover, that, like the Hebrews, the natives had some living creature for the emblem of each tribe. Like I'm related to Blackfoot, there's this the Thunderbird tribe. Like how it's saying the North America was in the sign of the eagles. Thunderbird is an eagle. Where's that? There's other tribes as well that have different symbols, like turtle or I can't remember all of them. Turtle, bear, wolf. The what's another one? Beaver, I think, is one. Turtle, bear, raven. I'm pretty sure is the last good one. Okay, so I'm not sure what the tribe symbols around in Michigan were. I think that the or what the Cherokee tribe symbol was. I don't know what the fuck the Cherokee animal totem was. Where the fuck's my phone at? I'll look that up. I think that the old totem of the South Florida natives was a jaguar uh, or a cougar. What's the animal totem of Cherokee? Okay. Where is that? Yeah, so that's what the Hebrews are doing the same shit as the natives. Each tribe was a different zodiac constellation. This is Cherokee. Wait. Oh, they didn't have an animal totem for their tribe. They must have been one of the sun tribes. The sun or the moon. Cause like each tribe was like a different zodiac or constellation. And then some tribes were sun tribes or moon tribes. Uh, Okay, where was I at here? Future Emerald Beach tribe. Furthermore, as King David danced, ouch, damn it, ow, god damn it, I swear my toes like broke. Ah, I think I like hit it against freaking these chairs when I was walking. Ow. Okay, I should probably go to the doctor for that. I hate doctors. Uh, god damn, that fucking hurt. Ouch. uh, yeah, like we got these movie theater chairs in the kitchen. I gotta like re-glue the bottoms of them and like fix them and stuff. They're antique from an old movie theater in Michigan. My girlfriend's brother bought them a long time ago. Ouch! God damn it, that hurt. Her brother sadly passed away like 10 years ago. Fucking poor dude. Let's see. God damn it, my toe hurts like crazy. Okay, of course, presenting like all original religious dances, and of course, the planets around the sun. So, too, the ancient natives of America celebrated the November or Pleiades festival of the dead by chanting Hallelujah, Jehovah, while dancing around the sacred fires, with Taurus horns upon their heads, like the horns of the Jewish altar of burnt offerings. So, but the natives were not sacrificing anything to anything. So, uh, that's why the Bible says that Nimrod was a profane king or whatever. You know, some of the other tribes that they say hi yeah. So that the Masons say that the word Iowa for the Iowa tribe is the word of tetragrammaton. The tetragrammaton, and they even have a 22 letter alphabet. I'm pretty sure, uh, which correlates to the. Is there? I thought I just heard a noise. Which correlates to the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, the 22 letters of the I think the Greek alphabet. I think the Greek has 22 letters as well. Man, my fucking toe hurts. Let's see here. I smoked like one joint. Okay, so I got the like small fan on or whatever, but the what the hell? I got the small fan on because I smoked a joint. I haven't smoked any cigarettes in the house all day. Speaking of the Pleiades constellation, the planet what? Uranus. Uh, yeah, yeah. It's a lot of emojis. Somebody's going overboard with the emojis. I'm just joking. I guess back to the where's I at? Okay, yeah. So talking about the natives dancing around the fire with the bull horns or the buffalo horns, like that Kevin Costner Tatonka. The word that's the word for the buffalo for the plains Indians, the plains natives. According to Bernal Diaz Montezuma said to Cortez, "In regard to the creation of the world, our beliefs are the same." Sir Daniel Wilson says the conservative This also, well, I'm not. The conservative power of language is indisputable, and if the kinship now claimed for the polysynthetic, let's just say polytheistic, uh, polysynthetic languages of both hemispheres to be correct, we are on the threshold of significant disclosures. Gregg, Comparative Philology of the Old and New Worlds, London, 1893, says number of New World word resemblances common to the Old World is really remarkable and certainly not accidental. In all probability, in part directly imported, and in part resulting from what I believe to be an archaic residuum common to most, if not all, languages. uh, Halley was the burden of every verse of the Peruvian song composed in honor of the sun and the Incas. The burden of every verse of the Peruvian song composed. Okay, what's the scenery here? The first help pious devotion was the art of dancing. Future shall see religion, which not the gross and sensual delectation, but all the arts, delicious spiritual aptitudes of our being shall make for us harmonious spirituality, source of beatitude, and should create for us of rounded and peaceful and unified life. Grossman, Science of Religion, Judaism, Science of Religion. What was that? Add to this Jah, the sacred name of the Hebrews, and we have the origin of the inscription Hallelujah or Helios Jehovah. Ah, Hali, the Peruvian word. We have the origin connections between the natives and the Hebrews are cited by the Mexican scholar Melgar in the following list of words: uh, English sun, Chia Penac. I don't know what tribe that is. Probably a Mexican tribe. A tribe from that existed before Mexico. But Hebrew is Ben. It's the son. Ben or Bend. Daughter was Bats in the native language, and Hebrew is Bath. English, father, uh, Abag or Abba, and then star in the zodiac Chimax or Chima. Chima, the axle of the universe, is not a star, but the constellation of the Pleiades in Taurus Aries. So it's a location when it's there in that location. Uh, what is the question mark? What is the question? I'm gonna grab a soda real quick. Switch fans. So the bigger fan out because I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. All right. It's talking about in the middle column is native languages, and then the right column is Hebrew, and then the left column is English language. So it's basically saying that the natives spoke Hebrew before the Hebrews. Okay, one second. Sorry, I just got the munchies like crazy. Okay, sorry about that. Some kind of coffee cake that was freaking couldn't resist. Don't worry, I didn't eat it all. Oh, shit. Okay, so I'm sure everybody familiarized themselves the words to compare king, molo, moloch in Hebrew. Name applied to Adam, Abag or Ama, Shannon for both. Uh, excuse me. Damn it. Ah, I swear, like every bone in my body, like chunk, 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 chunk. Canaan, Cygnus, the wounded downward flying swan. Emblem of stricken America appears at the beginning of Wagner's Redemption play. Well, that's interesting. Cygnus. I didn't realize that Cygnus was flying downward. Emblem of stricken America. Yeah, my jaw's cracking like crazy. If I like move it sideways or like fucking chew, try to get like coffee cake stuck for my fucking pointy tooth. That. Yeah, I bet you the excuse me. I mean, so take that word right there in the center, chainin. Did anybody think about what that word is connected to? Cast down. What is chain? Anybody got any ideas? Let's see if you guys are thinking. Well, I mean, thinking esoterically. Whoa, excuse me. Damn, it's kind of pointless drinking pop with no sugar if I fucking eat a bunch of coffee cake. I mean, I'm just trying to stay away from sugar. I'm not trying to lose weight or anything. Fucking. But so yeah, anybody got any guesses what chainin means? Or anybody canon? That's close. I mean, that could be. I mean, I was thinking another word that's just like canon. There's two A's. So the Canaanites, or Canaan, it's saying afflicted or cast down. So it could have been simply, and I'm not saying Canaan in a bad way or anything, that it would have been a symbol of the constellation of the dog. What is that called? That dog constellation. It points to the star Sirius, I'm pretty sure. Or it is in Sirius. Damn it. What the fuck is the name of that constellation? Canis Majors. No, pretty sure it's Canis. Isn't there Canis constellation? I'm pretty sure. Damn it. I'm gonna type that in. Dog constellation. I don't think it's dog. Yeah, Canis Major. I'm fucking retarded. Well, we're talking ancient world language here. I mean, not necessarily modern world. But I mean, you're thinking openly, so that's good. Uh, just don't go too openly thinking. We don't want to know too much, you know. the well, I don't think that even the joke even made sense. Canaan, Cygnus, the wounded. Oh, so it's saying I'm stoned. It's saying Canaan was Cygnus. That's interesting. So Channon or Channon and the native and the Hebrew. The Phoenician Canaan was probably Channon was came from the root word Canaan, most likely. And it's interesting because it's talking about Cygnus. The that's the symbol of the Eastern Star. The female Freemason thing. Ah, damn it. Let's see here. I think I might stand up for a second. If I could need to like stand up. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't like break the table. I mean it's my table, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Where was I at? Okay, so the deity was Elab, September to Sequin or Tishera. Excuse me. Moore was Che or Chi. Rich was Chabin, Chabi. Son of Seth, Enoth or Enos, which could have been. I don't remember if Enoch was before Seth or after. It could have been connected with Enoch or something though. That last, the word is symbolically or oh that name. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see. Seth is reputed father of astronomy, certainly known to the natives. Let's see. To give, Botan or Botan, both the same word. Oh, here we got some more native languages. Okay, I better add some title real quick. So, connection between the Saxons and the Saxons or sons of Isaac has been minutely studied in the late years by Anglo-Israelite students. Uh, okay. Damn it. Oh, my mouse is freezing. God damn it. Okay, damn it. Hold on, sorry. Ancient. Uh, okay, there we go. All right, sorry, I'm slow. Okay, so English, C or Theon and Saxon, and Sin was Sioux, or Sioux. The Sioux tribe was Sin. Teuton or Titan was Sahan. Pound, Punian, Saxon. Pan was Sioux Native American. Or Fund. Wend, Wendend, or Winta, or Winden, Town, Tun, Tonway, Zan, hmm, Tonway. That's really close. Okay, so weapon was, or who, was Hua, Saxon, two-way, or were, Weepu, wipe, weapon, core, let's see, eight, Shaktagon, Shaktagon. This sounds like octagon almost. I mean, it could, it's probably not etymologically related to octagon though. Let's see. So, yeah, this is crazy. Width is the same. Uh, Work is very the same. Walk on. Let's see. Shackles the same. Let's see, where's the mouse? Yeah, where the fuck's the mouse at? Okay, so let's see here. German, Latin, Sanskrit, Sanskrit. I didn't even miss the extra. So you can see the word comparisons. Ja or Ya, Kam or Kim. Well, yeah, it's got Comanche on the right. Well, yeah, so that let's see which one's Tepahuana. That's probably Mexican. There's Native American Mexican. Ms. T is probably Central America. Tipahuana, it's probably Central America. Mayan. Sakomne, that's probably Japanese. Shoshone, that's Chinese, I think. Chinese say chi chi or chia chia or something. Means hello, I think. Chia chia, hello. Damn, I forget any of the words. All right, I'm gonna sit back down. Let's figure it out. Okay, so these etymologies are relevant because the understanding of the ancient stories. Uh, my back here. Okay. Mic check. Microphone checker. Swinging sword lecture. Something something at your neck like a scepter. Wait, that's not what he says. Like eyes to the retina. Come back like I'm stepping up. Smoking so much weed that I'm slow like giddy up. How little accident there is and all this plainly appears from Blackett's list swearing, besides hundreds and other instances. Uh, Fawney or Fawns. We have the Aboriginal Pawnees, the classic Humanides. We have the Omans or Missouri natives. For Hindu, Sesha, the serpent, we have the Shoshones. That's the tribe. For the Titans, we have the Tetones. Wait, Fawns. Oh, the Pawnees are deers. Humanides. What does that mean? The serpent was the Shoshones. The Titans, we have the Tetons. The Asclepius, we have Tezcatlipoca. The Delphug AE, implying the lost consonant. Asclepius. For Typhon, we have the Tupi Indians. For Lupus, the dog, we have Lupacas. For Ennius or Eniacus, we have Incas. For Remus, we have the idol Rimac. tribe. So that's very interesting. Let's see. Again, in English, they speak of the sun's rays. The Egyptians worshipped the sun of righteousness with healing in his wings under the name of Ra. Rana was the god of Toltecs. Rami was the great festival of the sun in the Peruvians. Rayam was the god of Yaman. Abram was the father of the children of Israel, and Raphael the angel of the sun. It says Donnelly in Atlantis, the presence of the Semitic race in Europe is inexplicably without the Western world. It is an intrusive, blah blah. Where are its old world's affinities? Question mark. Ah, so the civilization of the Nile Valley was transported there from some other regions. This is, I think, he's going into where we talked about the natives going to Egypt, and technically the Hebrews are natives of North and South America. Cherokee are related to them. I think that the Mayans are related to them. That's why they're the lost tribes. They left the fucking ancient world of the old world of Atlantis or North and South America. You know, most likely the entire both continents were considered Atlantis. The entire North and South America. Perhaps part of it sunk. You know, the spot where the meteor hit in the Gulf of Mexico. Let's see here. Where was I at? Roland says it is notorious that however far back we go, we find no rude or uncivilized time out of civilizations developed in Egypt. Another Egyptologist remarks that as soon as men were planted on the banks of the Nile, they were already the cleverest men that ever lived and endowed with more knowledge and more power than their successors could attain to. So this is how Egypt just kind of sprung up out of nowhere, where it was like people went there and started building, and fucking they were they brought they brought the building skills of the Americas with them. Blah blah. With the natives' knowledge. Says Lee Plunjon, the explorer of the Yucatan, ancient Mayan hieratic alphabet discovered by me is near alike to the ancient hieratic alphabet of the Egyptians as two alphabets can possibly be, forcing upon us the conclusion that either the Mayas and Egyptians learned the art of writing from the same masters, or also that the Egyptians learned it from the Mayas. Legends accompanying the images of several of the Egyptian deities, when interpreted by the Mayan language, point directly to Mayax as the birthplace of Egyptian civilization. That's why you got to read that Arcana of Freemasonry by Churchward, because it brings it all back to the Yucatan. That's why you got to read that. There's another book he does too that's very similar. He brings it all back to the Native Americans in North and South America. There's every reason to believe that the cosmological conceptions so widely spread originated with the Mayas and were communicated by them all to the nations among which we find their name. The name Maya is met with many other countries in Asia, Africa, and Europe, as well as in America, and always with the meaning of wisdom and power attached to it. Wherever we find the name, there also we find vestiges of the language, of the customs, of the religion, of the cosmological and historical traditions of the Mayas. These traditions, recorded at the sacred books of various nations, as are regarded as primitive history of mankind. Among the early Greeks, Pan was the ancient god. His wife was Maya. Pan was adored in all parts of Mexico and Central America, where the Mayans still survive. In the Panuco or Panopolis When the Spaniards entered it, they found superb temples and images of Pan. Maya is the name of the peninsula. The Maya Pan was the name of the ancient capital. Panuco was therefore the name given by the Spaniards to the present Mississippi River. In Hibbert Lectures, 1884, Professor Reville alludes expressly to the resemblance of the Maya civilization to that of ancient Canaan. The Great Pyramid is said to have been built by invaders of the valley of the Nile. In ancient Peru stand the ruins of pyramids and other gigantic works in stone, whose designs and specific characteristics of execution remind the archaeologist of nothing save the similar but far later works on the Nile. In ancient Peru, the division of the land was modified by the annual revision, and the new partition took place according to the number of members of each family. This was, of course, agrarian law. Private property, as we understand it, does not appear to have existed. Besides the lands belonging to the community, div- divisible amongst all other members, there were others, and those not the least important, forming the exclusive property of the sun or the Incas, Nadialic prehistoric America. What was that? Well, they probably seen Mayan shit and thinking it was Egyptian. Uh, Similarly, among the Hebrews, property could not pass out of the family. If sold, mortgaged, or seized by creditors, it reverted to the former owner in the following year of Jubilee. Uh, interesting influence that has. Well, I mean, mainly P. Hall was talking about Plato's Republic. Uh, the Hebrews were the children of Israel. Allah, deity, Ilus, star, Helios, sun. Uh, Dr. Falb of Vienna announces Noir Frey Press, Vienna, the discovery of the relation of the Quichua, which is South American, and Amara languages to the Aryan and Semitic languages very close. Common stems of all variants between Aryan and Semitic languages are found in their purest condition in Quichua and Amara, which Amaru is uh, the feathered serpent. Amara is probably just a serpent or a bird. Whence it follows the plant, most likely a bird or both. When once it follows in the plains of Peru and Bolivia, where the point of exit present human race. Donnelly, Atlantis. That's what I was talking about before. North and South America being Atlantis, literally. I mean, they're past the gates of Gibraltar. Um, let's see here. Where's I at? The mythic meaning of priest, Greek perista, is one who stands in the outer border. Peru is the outer border of the ancient world empire of Atlantis. The Peruvians designated a large collection of tribes and nations who were under the scepter of the Incas by the epithet Suya, i.e., the four quarters of the world. The Persia Mithraic baptismal font was regarded as the Egyptian origin. In Egypt, as in Peru, the water used in the immersion absolutely cleansed the soil, and the person was said to be regenerated. Uh, that's the book that it's talking about. The Egyptian name of the phoenix, or Fna, or Fanak, i.e., supreme ruler. Fa stands for the. Ah. Okay, so and may be rendered Inca. son of the sun, and the supreme ruler of Peru. Mayonnaise or Cheops. It's the book he's referencing. Peruvian, Persian, Hebrew all worship deity as a consuming fire and imitated the divine dealings of casting fire from heaven upon guilty men by throwing offenders into such flames and by systematic sacrifices upon fiery altars. Such points of similarity lend great interest in the fact that the Egyptian name of the Hebrews was Aparu or Apuria, P replacing the cognate B. Egypt and Babylon. Rollins said. Do you want to add the word Atlantis to the title? Let's see, etymology. Okay, where's that at? The supposition is almost justified as Caithness, mysteries of the ages. The Hebrews and possibly also the Persians behold tribes of ancient Atlantis. The terror of the catastrophe that destroyed their continent may have so impressed itself upon their minds heredity that the Hebrews' conception of God were more inclined to fear than love. It may also have been such an event as to appear like a divine judgment that caused the minds of the ancient Persians to make devils of the Hindu deities. Diva, whence devil, signified a divinity, and contrariwise deities of the Hindu devils. Let's see. The book of Genesis opens the creation of the world by Elohim, Alhim. In the sacred book of the Kitchis, in South America, Olam is the engendered, he who gives being. In the book of Revelations, we read of him who is Alpha and Omega. In the Greek mysteries were used the words kon X or om pan X, words foreign Greek tongue and unintelligible to all commenters. In the Hindu mysteries, the same words appear as kancha om pancha, words originally foreign to Sanskrit and obviously of traditional origin. Like amen in English, in Central America, the same words are found as cone X or oman pinex, all familiar words of the Maya tongue meaning go strangers disperse, thus corresponding to the ite massa est, whence the name Mass for Catholic sacrament. Omao, meaning stranger, I am Alpha and Omega, reminds one of Alpha, Aleph, Ox, Taurus, Terra, Door. Think of the city Thyatira, Greek Thyatira, Thyatira, Taurus. Now, according to the ancient system, Taurus is the seat of the central sun system of the Pleiades, drove the universe before its horns. The Hindu name for the Taurus elephant was Ganesh. Pole represents in India as a red-colored man with an elephant head, or like the Minotaur. Ganesh Pole is god of wisdom, prudence, and letters. That's why the Minotaur is at the center of the fucking labyrinth. Wisdom. Now, pole in Maya means head, as English poll tax. Lee Plungen identifies the Hindu Ganesha with the Maya Kan X, the serpents, or elephants' trunks. The serpentine trunk symbolizes the old serpent, while the tusks represent the horns of Taurus. I am Alpha and Omega, in the constellation Taurus, by the familiar hymn, Behold a stranger at the door. The door. Damn it, I still haven't. There's another. No, I figured out that word last night. But I wonder if that word's connected to tira or door. These coincidences of sort must not be neglected, as if any considerable portion of history of the past is ever to be recovered. Coincidences of the same order as the long separate parts of the piece of the mechanism which, when finally put together again, constitutes a compass to guide our footsteps aright through the bewilderment produced by seeing the sun of Catholic Christianity turn back 10 degrees or thousands of years upon the dial of history. Uh, let's see. Yeah, I think I don't remember if Dan was the sign of the bull. Oh wait, no, it's Sagittarius. My bad. Yeah, Sagittarius, the white horse, I think, of Revelations. He's got a bow, I think. But and technically the four, the four Revelation horses, they could be symbol of the four deluges that they say occur in a cyclical pattern throughout time. Four deluges of mankind, from some kind of alignment. The because each one was the horse sign. That could be what it's talking about. Let's see. These coincidences. Where was that? Danus knew the next constellation, Sagittarius. Sanskrit, Sagittarius is Danus, or bow, or Danasan, or arrow. We shall hereafter recognize Danasan and the great Dionysus, who made conquest of all of Europe and Asia with the red hosts from Maru. In Hebrew, Dan is judging, ruling, as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan is the serpent. Ophiuchus, by the way, an adder by the path which is biting the horse's heels, and its rider falleth backward. Genesis. Oh, damn it! Was it like 49? I think. L was 40. I think, or L is 50. Minus X, so 40 plus X minus I, which is 9. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Verse 16 and 17. So I guess we'll just continue. Sagittarius, the drawn bow and arrow, covers the central region of America with 120 degrees to 90 degrees west longitude. Here, more precisely, we find the already mentioned celestial eagle, the bird of Jove, in the Nisraj of the Assyrian scriptures, which constellation occupies the first decan of Sagittarius in the ancient Persian spheres. Close to Aquila, the eagle, lies a splendid constellation of Cygnus, the swan, whose chief stars form the athwart of the Milky Way by the splendid cross, pronounced by Proctor a finer object than the far-famed Southern Cross, which also lies in the Milky Way south of the equator. So remember, there's 3 or 4 cruxes in the sky: eastern, western, southern. I can't remember if there's a northern. Uh, let me skip that poem. Like the eagle, upward, onward. Cygnus, the swan, was said to shape in the way of Jupiter, in which Jupiter visited Leda or Pleiad, causing her to bring forth the ill-starred Gemini. This may signify a solar attraction leading to the drawing aside of some planetary mass and its subsequent division into two mutual destructive bodies, whose changes of equilibrium of balance were fraught with disaster and disorder throughout the solar system. Certainly, the relations of the watery constellation Aquarius Reuben to the Arabian star Bila are more tolerable viewed astronomically than read as human history. The Sagittarian constellations of the Eagle and the Swan remind us that, according to Plutarch, eagles and swans came from the remote parts of the earth. The Canaanites, Cygnicites, or Swanites were the sister tribe of Mizraimites. They held the heifer or cow Taurus in the high estimation. This may explain why they or their near connections, the builders of the American pyramids, chose 30 degrees east longitude as the site of the Great Pyramid, which monumentalizes this entire astronomical geographical system. In early times, colonies went by the name of the deity they worshipped, or by the name of the insignia or hieroglyphic under which the country was denoted. Every act of such people is placed the account of deity under such device. Thus, instead of saying the Egyptians or the eagles or Canaanites or swans did such and such things, they said it was done by Jupiter, in the shape of an eagle or swan. Thus, the Telchines, who were the Ammonian priests, came to Attica under the conduct of Jupiter, the shape of an eagle. By this, it is meant that they were Egyptian priests, and the eagle was device, the standard as well as the insignia of their nation. Some of the same family were found among the Atlantis, survivors of the lost Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean, who escaped to it and resided in Martinia. Excuse me. According to Prescott, the great standard or arms of the Republic of Tuscana was the golden eagle, the outspread wings, the fashion of the Roman signum, richly ornamented with emeralds and silver work. The United States standards appropriately exhibit arrows of Sagittarius and the talons of the national eagle. With the Great Pyramid itself, the key to the whole astronomical geographical systems, formed the reverse, the Great Seal, the Secretary of the State of the United States. The memory of the first president, the father of the country, is honored by the grandest obelisk ever erected. Great crisis in human experience often bring to the surface unsuspected things previously hidden in the depths of hereditary consciousness of the race. Thus, the time of fierce religious persecution on the continent produced the strange phenomenon of the boy preachers. I don't know what the fuck that means. Whose impassioned discourses improvised through the hours of time were explicable to the authorities who held them under arrest, only upon the hypothesis of diabolical possession. Well, that's weird. Thus, to the close of the long struggle for independence, the latent. I think he might have been talking about like the Pope or the King of England or something. I don't know. Thus, to the close of the long struggle for independence, the latent hereditary consciousness of the people henceforth to be trusted in the destinies of the old new world, being stirred to its very depths, manifested itself spontaneously and without reflection in the choice for the new. the national insignia of the pyramid, the obelisk, the eagle. These are expanse stars which fought their courses against King George, as once the self-named continent they had fought against Sisera. The crimson stripes, which were the healing of the nations, while the first seat of government in New York City, the self same grounds well of deep seated Egyptianism, brought into existence of Egyptian architecture both the prison known as the tombs and the equally Egyptian city reservoir. This architecture bent had previously manifested itself on this side of the Atlantic as shown by the venerable ruins of Uxmal and Chichen and Yucatan, directly south of the Mississippi, where there are massive stone pyramids so ancient that the support trees growing soil deposited on their summits from the atmosphere during thousands of years, pyramids which were old before the days of the pharaohs. Oh, God damn it. It's been a standing source of regret to America artists that, as I was going to screenshot that last one. Pyramids. Yeah, I'm going to screenshot this paragraph real quick. It seemed interesting. Okay. There's been. Damn it, I'm going to switch the fans because otherwise the furnace is going to keep running. 1 second. Okay. There's been a standing source of regret to American artists that, as was supposed, our country had no heraldic insignia of its own. Far from this being true, we see that, guided by the same power which determines not only the destiny of races, but also their physiognomy, Great Republic entered at the hour of her birth into a full possession of magnificent equipment of insignia purely and solely her own. Demonstration that the Republic does not display broad crests and coat of arms should secure the national emblems proper appreciation, careful protection by legislation from being vulgarized with sordid purposes of trade and profaned by Parisian misuse. Let it then go forth to the nations of the world, year 1893 being the 117th year of its national existence, the 401st year since the rediscovery of the continent by Columbus, that over America alone the eagle occupied this original and rightful position in the skies. Eagles of all the nations being either appropriated without archaeological or astronomical warrant, or inherited from ancestors driven by cataclysms above and wars below, far from the ancient home to which the emblem of the eagle forever points. Centuries before the Christian era, the teachings of Pythagoras had taught the earth was a sphere, and that the water bounding Europe on the west washed the shores of Asia on the east. But the law of gravitation had not yet been discovered, and the world found it impossible to conceive a hemisphere in which trees could grow downward into the air, and men walk on their heads suspended. Similarly, in spite of the plainest facts of universal history, so far from modern modes of thought, the notion of divinity that thus shapes the ends of nations, individuals that cultured people today to find it impossible to perceive such startling combinations The operations of fixed laws preferred to attribute them to what a distinguished German philosopher terms the unfailing refuge of weak minds, accidental coincidence. To these laws are still the operative and various the attentive student of revolutionary and contemporaneous events. Thus, the eagle was adopted to use as standard of the United States of America, not by the chance or inadvertence, but by deliberately and in spite of the outspoken position of influential men such as Benjamin Franklin, whose dislike of the eagle as the emblem of the Republic was also shared by the great Audubon. Well, fuck Benjamin Franklin and Audubon. That's an interesting, I gotta say here. Yeah, Audubon was quite the racist, from my understanding. Or, well, I can't remember what the whole deal with that was. I mean, he draws good pictures, but and let's see. Yeah, Benjamin Franklin wanted the turkey. I'm pretty sure. Again in 1782, the Great Pyramid was chosen, practically without debate, from the number of designs for the reverse Great Seal of the United States of America, by ancestors who wrought more wisely than they knew. 1882, the Bronze Tars of England and America, the only nations upon the face of the earth called brethren, landed together upon the shores of the delta of the Nile. Well, that's weird. The first time since our independence, the flags of the United States and Great Britain were borne side by side. It was in the streets of Alexandria. The United States flags were displayed upon staffs bearing eagles of ancient Egypt and America, while on the British flags was the cross modified of the ancient Canaan in America. Whoa. So England is saying they're the Canaan of America, meaning they're the Cygnus of America. So I wonder if the Eastern Star is some kind of British cult as well. I mean, Cooper calls English Masonry British Israelism. The wonder if more than I don't. I mean, technically, modern Blue Lodge Masonry could be British Israelism as well. In the same year of both England and America struck off commemorative medals on whose reverse faces the two most mysterious emblems of Egypt, Sphinx and the pyramid, were severally displayed on central devices such as the house, the temple of the 33rd. If Piazzi Smith is correct about seeing the Sphinx Canaanite work, it is appropriate that England floating upon her flags the cross of Cygnus. That's what that. Canada should have displayed the Sphinx upon her medals. The United States, Egyptians or eagles displayed the pyramid. That's hilarious. So England's cross has the cross of Cygnus. You know, I'm just sitting over here more. The same year, 1882, the cities of London and New York were respectively graced each other one of the two obelisks that when the father Joseph married the Princess Asenath had stood on each side of the portal of her father's temple. Meanwhile, to the memory of Washington has been raised an obelisk which was the loftiest earthly structure, overtopping even the Great Pyramid. The British people belong to the Teutonic, ancient, Titanic, Atlantean race. The Titan family occupies the throne of the empire. Well, that's interesting. I better fucking screenshot that shit. I'm gonna forget that. Where is that? British or the Titans? Teutonic, Titan. He who feels Britain's heart feels the world. He who lasts tastes Britain's joy, tastes its cheer. The English nation possesses the intellectual bonds to restrain, direct, and control the energy of France. France's Britain's real strength is dependent as much upon her moral consciousness and convictions as upon the concentration of ultimate physical energy. Conjunction of the two makes her great. Should be especially remembered when discussing such matters as these that goodness looks inward. It can act outwardly only through the intellect, upon which its limbs as dependent. Intellect, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so let's see here. The constellation of Joseph was the sacred bull of Taurus, the identification of modern Englishmen in Americas as Saxons or Isaac's sons. Ah, Saxons, Isaac's sons. That's funny. With the tribes of Joseph's sons, Ephraim and Manasseh. Manash. Manash, excuse me, I think. Suggests a new significance for the subjects of John Bull and Brother Jonathan. Presence of the Appalachian Range within the meridians of Canada, Cana, ah, Cana, this Cygnus, Canaanites, British, and Canada. That's hilarious. Because the fact of the ancient priests of Apollo were called Canadi. Also, Ephraim and Manasseh on the map ended this work. Yeah, somebody remember me tell that to Jonah next time he's on about that Canada thing. Canada worshippers of Apollo. Present moral life of Britain, which good and blah blah. What's going on? It's nature. No, fuck Britain. Let's see. What was that? Britain, nature, and position make her repentance too. It reports virtuous qualities of the nations whom her lordly self-esteem she would have slow indeed and recognized. Britain is par excellence, intellectual man. Blah blah. I mean, I haven't known too many people from England. I mean, Lee seemed cool, but he needed to drop the racism. Uh, although possessed of, well, I mean, I don't think he was really racist. He just liked the words. He just liked a good insult, but well, he wasn't insulting me or anything, but I just don't like to use words like that to insult someone, you know. Well, I don't recall him insulting you, but well, I can't, I don't, Lee needs to come hang out. It's just he did always kind of have a whisper under his breath, you know, thinking it's, the same thing as Harry thinks, basically. And it's like, man, there's more to the conspiracy. There's not some just race of people that's doing the conspiracy. It's secret societies that are all interlinked with giant webs, all linking up to a fucking giant pyramid scheme. Just fucking, where was I at? Anyways, I'm sure he'd agree. The God, the Joe, where was I at? Okay, so here we go. Saint Paul, through speaking from a higher ideal, think of Paul as Rome, the Roman opinion. In some aspects, aptly represents Britain's straitened state of mind. He's talking about fucking bullshit. Okay, let's see. Convergence, influential causes Britain's world focus. Blah, blah, blah. The world's colonizer. Yeah, black people on Twitter other call people colonizers as an insult. I mean, it's technically Rome is a giant colonizing fucking, as well as Britain, many other countries as well. Alright, so yeah, research world's commercial, but see, people don't understand. Like, America may have been colonized, but people who were sent there to work and stuff, they were not. Uh, they weren't the rich people in England. They were basically slaves and serfs. You know, the serfs went to America colonies, and and they're getting yelled at by England. They're fucking having wars in the Americas with each other and with fucking the French and all this different bunch of tribes and all. Well, I don't know how many tribes, but I'm sure there was disputes with tribes. But like the which I mean, it's some if you live somewhere forever and then all of a sudden people are just invading your land and shit. It's like, I mean, that's uh it's pretty harsh. They should have like asked them, like, well, I don't know how it all went down. But basically it's like, just imagine you're on a boat or some shit and you go to America from England or something, and imagine it's like the 1600s or 1700s. Imagine it's like 1750 or something, 1760. Right before America started, 1774. And you go there and you're just like, what the fuck? Like, this shit is fucking, they're stamping fucking tax, the uh the stamp tax of the England's fucking all over everything you buy, and you're just like, what the fuck? And all these merchants are like, oh, fuck this. I'm sick of this shit. Because nobody's gonna buy this shit when it's fucking taxed outrageously. And fucking, so all these merchants are like, fuck this. We're not gonna fucking pay this shit to fucking England, and fucking, they can take their recourse and fucking shove it. That's what fucking the founding fathers said to the England, those fucking bastards. But you know, and so, well, that America, just imagine you're in old America before it even turned into the United States, and that that there's people who are uh, in the British government that was operating in America, who were handling cases for courts like some kind of drunken maniacs, and who were just ruling everything they could to get money, and fucking I think the book is The Rights of the British in the United States or something. The Rights of the British in the New Colonies or something like that. It's written 1774 by uh, Thomas Paine or Thomas Jefferson, one of the two. I think it was no, it might have been. Was it? I think it was Thomas Jefferson. But just imagine you get there and the city's all got tight quarters. There's nowhere to take a shit. There's fucking you gotta drink beer because all the water is probably all shitty from everybody shitting everywhere. And you're just getting slaved away in some shit fucking town like fucking the beginnings of New York or whatever the fuck, whatever city on the East Coast that was, and then, so I mean, like, just imagine that. Then so basically you're serfs to England, slaves to England, and they're all in England, and you're like, what the fuck? We're not gonna sit here and take this bullshit. We're gonna fucking you know stand up to England and fucking and then I'm talking about like 1775, 1774. Say it's 1770, the year 1770. All this is going down, and that and the British, it's like the Boston Massacre. It was started, you know, and the four dudes were hanging out in a bar in Boston, and fucking a British soldier just decided to fucking slay the four fucking dudes, and the British uh, military that was in Boston was, they just put them down, and like it's like they were so sick of the British, and that what was I even getting at? Fucking it's like they may have all been not, they may have all been connected to Masons and all sorts of stuff, but like the demonization of old school Freemasonry and stuff, like the modern occultists may think all sorts of weird, perverted shit and stuff, but the old Masons was not about some kind of weird sex shit or something like the Illuminati. It was those old systems of astronomy and mathematics and the hidden college. I mean, that's what it is. It's a college, and that they teach things, but they're not everybody understands what's being taught to them. Not everybody gets the fucking picture. They're not all, not everybody that enters in sees what it all it is. It's like there's so much profane people in the world that it's very difficult to have a conversation about some of this stuff because it's I mean, like Ralph Epperson seemed pretty fluent, surprisingly. But I mean, he still demonized everything. But the you know, that's why I want to get Freeman on here because I'm sure he'd be fluent in that stuff. So if I'm trying to discuss the I mean, when I talked to Robert Hieronymus, he's a he's a Mason or whatever, and that he was just thrilled with like everything I was having to talk to him about, and it was like he knew what I was talking about because I kept asking him questions, and like he was uh he was surprisingly well read on the subjects, and that he seemed, according to the internet, he's the expert on the Great Seal of the United States, and that I mean he mailed me that fucking manuscript or whatever of one of his books before it was published. I lost one page though. I don't know where the fuck I put it. I think I accidentally threw it away. But my point though is that I don't know. He said I thought the research. He said I thought he took the that I took the research uh, farther than he did, and I was very shocked when he said that. I was like, wow, that's like quite the honor, for somebody to say. Like, because like he's a respected historian. He's been on the History Channel and shit. Fucking, why is my fucking camera retarded? I think my headphones cord is like shorted out. It's making the computer freak out. Yeah, Ralph Epperson, or I mean Ralph Epperson's a great historian as well, but the he doesn't understand the Mason stuff about the old languages, the old symbols, the astronomy, the fucking. I shouldn't underestimate Ralph. He's pretty intelligent. He may understand. He just, it's like it's like I don't know how do I explain it. It's like so some people see the ancient etymological stuff as some kind of threat to their modern beliefs. They think that it's part of modern systems and stuff, and but some of this old stuff that I'm reading about, for example, is not. It's not any type of doctrine that's in any modern stuff. That's why the Arcana of Freemasonry, Churchward, he writes the book. It's not about it is about the modern stuff, but he's saying the modern stuff is a perversion of the old, and that the old stuff was different, and that the light was in Polaris, not Sirius, and that it was just symbolism of a giant star map system, basically, a giant system of symbology, which was just basically a map of the universe, and that because they thought the universe was God, the body of God, the whole universe, as a whole, and fucking how the fuck did I jump subjects? I was talking about like pre-America, America. But I mean, so like take when Manly P. Hall is saying America is named after Amaruko. He's not saying it's named after the devil or something. He's saying it's named after the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, and that it's just an old symbol of God, not necessarily of because it's like take the story of Moses. He's got the Tao with the serpent. It's not a symbol of what modern people think it is. It's the same symbol as it's the same symbol as fucking the 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 Tao, the same symbol as the Ankh, and the in the feathered serpent, an elevated serpent. It's talking about like so the symbolism's all the same. It's like the ancient cultures, they share the same symbolisms. Spirit over matter. The spirit was the symbol of the serpent going in a circle, uh, forever, forever. It was just another symbol of. It was just an ancient symbol of immortality, because the serpent sheds its skin and it lived forever. They didn't know how old they were, and so it wasn't necessarily like some kind of demonic symbol. It was, technically, I think it pre goes back to the ayahuasca stuff, but the Quiche and the Shipibo, Kanibo, Witoto tribes, the those other ones. Most likely, the Garden of Eden was South America. They say it's way more north or some shit, like up in the Middle East, but it could have all been, well, that's an interesting subject Because it's like the river names and stuff. Finding out how old when the rivers were named. Sometimes people name stuff after places or stars. There's multiple cities with the same names. For example, there's where was that? I don't know if I'm gonna read anywhere in the book. There's one more joint. Trying to think of what oh yeah, have this not Google. I'm not familiar with Emerson. Uh, yeah, so this one I just okay, let's smoke this one. Let's see. Yeah, so the symmetrical parallax. The critics Luxor. I guess maybe I should read a little bit more here. The sun worshippers and maintain the perpetual fire now in the Ohio Valley was the ancient seat of the Creek Indians, natives, who were supposed to represent the powerful Telugu or Telugu nations, whose name survives in the Allegheny Mountains. In the Greeks of Homer, Count Volney says Count Volney, I find the customs, discourses, and manners of the Iroquois, the Delawares, and the Miamis, the tragedies of Sophocles and Euripides, 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 I don't know how to say that word. Paint to me almost literally the sentiments of the red man, Native American, respecting necessity, fatality, and miseries of human life, the reign of blind destiny. Recently, the translating of the New Testament to the language of the Creek natives, the construction of the Creek language is found remarkably like Greek. American students of the classics may yet find that we are more to Hecuba, Hecubu, and Hecuba is to the has been dreamed of in our philosophies. Compare the following specimen vocabularies. For Greek Apollo, we have the Creek or Appalachian Mountains. For Indian Appalachian, for Mount Olympus, Mount Olymi. For Potomac River, Potamus is Greek. For Tallahassee, there's Tallahassee. That's different. It's a native word. Yeah, so it's saying the Greek words to the native. Mountain is Olympus. In Greek, Appalachian, Olymi. River, Potamus. Uh, Incarnate Son of Righteousness was commanded, Thou shalt call his name Jesus. And among the Algonquin natives, the name of the son was Jesus. Okay, let me roll this up here. And among the Algonquin natives, the name of the son, blah, blah. And the son from sleeping awaking started up and said, Behold me, Jesus, the great son, behold me. Krishna, the son of the Hindus, appears among the Blackfoot Indians, natives, in the following form. Wait, Christek Altos, son of righteousness, fire king Moloch or Melchizedek, king of righteousness, without father or mother, beginning or end of days. Christoquenats, light, light of the world. Christoke, day, day star from on high. Christocum, i.e., great spirit. El Helios, Apollo, Paul, soul. Notice how he says Paul in there? Because to the mystery schools, Paul is a god. A lot of people don't catch on to that. The god Paul. That's why Paul is preaching his religion. What is this? So let's see. Christocum, i.e., evil spirit. Christocum sa. Yeah. Christa chase. Hot. Hell, Apollyon, Saul, or Saul. Sauling. Okay, so again, the Greeks tell us Uranos, the heavens, whence Urania, the natives call the blue heaven, Aranya. Sir Dan Willis, Plato tells us that the priests of Atlantis always wore a blue mantle when administering justice or offering sacrifices. They assembled the people every fifth or sixth year in honor of deity. 565 are the numbers of the sacred name Jehovah. Professor Whitney says, yeah, and if you multiply the name, which Jehovah comes from the Tetragrammaton, then you multiply it by itself, it becomes 767. 565, 767, 787, or 878. Then I don't know if there's more, but well, I've seen other stuff similar to that. It's like once you see these fucking number games, these ancient cultures played with the numbers. There were infinite possibilities of expression in the American languages, and it would only need that some Native American Greek race should arise to fill it full of thought and fancy, and put the uses noble literature, and it would rightfully admired as rich and flexible, perhaps beyond anything that the world knew. The Aborigines of America belong to the red race. Now, the most ancient divisions of human race describe man as red, white, and black. During the sway of the Aethiop, whose name is derived from A, fire, opus, serpent, red or phoenix was a royal color, red blood, not blue blood, as now was said to flow in aristocratic veins. So phoenix is obviously phoenix. These early Ind or eighth worshippers, says Major General Furlong of the British Army of India, were the true Merus and Meropes, the first of the Tartars and Mongols. In their land were developed Aryans and Skeiths. Humboldt saw the red race in the red picture writings of Mexico and Etruscan reliefs of Tarquini, and Nabir saw Ethiopians, or people of Meru, in the red Egyptian paintings of Theban kings, the copper colored figures without beards in the caves of central India. Tudor, in his travels in Mexico, remarked granite head buried under the gods and goddesses, serpents, and other brute creatures, the very facsimiles of those in Egypt. The head, he adds, might have been dug up from the ruins of Thebes. In early Greek times, the red Thracian was passing through lands which he long had ruled, to settle in further Etruria, whence Etresco, Aethop affinities. Jove was painted red on high festival days. noble Romans who adorned themselves in red on great occasions. Adam and Adamites were thought by Josephus to be the red race, red earth race. Yeah, the Blackfoot tribe says they're the first people. So do other tribes in the United States. Uh, let's see. It says Latch indicates of Genesis. The color of Esau denotes that he pertains to the Hiddekulot or red race. This race excels in all the branches of literary and scientific attainment that give beauty and strength to a nation. The story of the Hickadulic race shows that they were the most learned of the races preceding the deluge. Among them were the mighty man or man of war, the judge, the prophet, the prudent, the ancient, the honorable man, the counselor, and eloquent orator. The indications are that the Hiddekelts built an altar in the midst of Egypt, which altar most probably was the Great Pyramid. This people was eminently qualified, both physically and mentally, to erect such a wonderful monument as the altar of witness. Such an altar must have been made as durable as time itself. If therefore the Great Pyramid really is this altar erected by the Hiddekelic or Red Race, then it must have been constructed between the years of 13,465 and 12,098 BC. Among the Greeks, we also find, besides Apollo, Greek native Appalachian mountains with his lyre. Lyra is set in the skies adjoining Cygnus, the singing swan, and the true Canaan, now Canada, as the god of music, the god Pan and his pipes. Thus bringing Pan's pipes like the harp to American soil. Still another striking coincidence is found in the following citation. Some fanciful tales of supernatural origin from the heart of the mountain, the migration of the eastern seaboard, the subsequent return of the country of the lakes and the rivers, where they finally settled, comprise, says Brownell, in the Indian races of North and South America. Most that is noticeable is the native traditions of the Six Nations. But, says Sir Daniel Wilson in Lost Atlantis, the valley of such traditionary transmission of national history among unlettered tribes has received repeated confirmation as to the fanciful tale of supernatural origin of the heart of a mountain. It is simply a literal rendering of Old Greek or Creek metaphor of the autochthones or children of soil, symbolized by the Athenians wearing grasshopper in their hair. There lies before us a vast and complicated problem in the American races, says Professor Whitney, and it is their language that must do by far a greater part of the work in solving it. Rhetoric was cultivated in Native American council house no less earnestly than Athenian ecclesia or the Roman forum. Whoa, this joint's harsh. Acute reasoning and persuasive eloquence demanded all the discriminating refinements of grammar and choice of terms of the ample vocabulary supplies. The vocabulary in use in some rural districts of England has been found to include less than 300 words, whereas the Iroquois natives, though an untutored well, savage, possessed language marvelously systemized and beautiful in structure, well adapted to the requirements of intricate reasoning, persuasive subtlety. In the ancient, it is, well, excuse me, there's a teaching of these pages that American Greek race once conquered the world from this continent and was then blotted out in a single dreadful night, leaving, however, clearest traces of the former greatness in their wretched survivors. Satisfying myself by personal observation of the work of the mound builders, all idea of mere combination combined labor was lost in the highest conviction of manifest skill and even science. The only satisfactory solution of the problem seems to present itself the assumption of the existence among the mound builders of a theocratic order like the priests of ancient Egypt, the Brahmins of India, Incas of Peru, under whom the vanished race of the Ohio Valley executed their vast geometrical earthworks with such mathematical accuracy. The tribe of Dan has already been located in the constellation of Killa, Ophiuchus, or Sagittarius, upon the continent where dwelt the ancient Greeks. We here note that historical research has distinctly connected the Dani of the Greeks, with the Israelitish tribe of Dan. Arius, king of the Lacedaemonians, wrote to Onius, the Jewish high priest, that he had met with the certain writing, whereby he discovered that both Jews and Lacedaemonians are of one stock and are derived from the kindred of Abraham. He concludes this letter is four square. The seal is the eagle with the dragon in his claws. Hmm, that's interesting. Oh yeah, how's it going?
We, I'm back, as you can see. Jesus on the donkey is. Why are you laughing? This the last thing I got. It went through my head 1 hour, and I got the solution. I posted it on your Twitter post.
Oh, okay.
Very wicked smart.
Weird. Oh yeah.
And is this the right?
What? I'm just reading about natives of America and connected with
Okay,
the Greeks and the Hebrews.
you are not on Jesus with the donkey or spaceship. You are now in another
Yeah.
book. Okay, a different book. Good.
No. Yeah. No,
Okay.
this is the same book as the Donkey book, but not this book wasn't about the spaceship.
Yeah, and the last sentence you read was something with a dragon. The spaceship that was the donkey is now the dragon, and Jesus is flying on the dragon this time. Why are you laughing? I'm just learning what you're reading out of.
I think you're mixing the books up. Oh man, this joint's harsh. Well, it's
So,
interesting because it was going into all these etymologies about natives, and that their natives, their languages are connected to the ancient Hebrew language, and that they think that the Hebrews came from
uh,
the natives.
yeah, to be honest, the natives all over the earth, they look the same a little bit. The
Yeah.
in I don't know the English word in the northern region in Iceland, these natives who have this snow house or ice house, they look the same like um, natives in your country or in South America, and maybe
Cool.
and some people, anthropologists say that their DNA is related.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that there was what is like two or excuse me, two or three or even four different dispensations or whatever of
Mm,
type. What no, what is that's not the right word.
yeah, they were expelled, or maybe the continents were um, in another form when they drifted out. The landmass was one, maybe sometimes, and then something happened,
I mean, like
and
it
then
seems.
yeah, you know what I mean. And then,
Think of it like a a cultural tidal wave going all in directions, different parts of the earth.
exactly, yeah, for
It's
some reasons, yeah,
yeah, and like the it's like one had like a huge. Imagine it like each culture of the different cultures would go viral. Uh,
yeah. But why they
but,
share the same language is strange. That they have the DNA and a little bit same looking, okay, but the language, you when
yeah,
you are divided thousands of years or of years,
yeah.
this
It seemed
is
like some of
not.
the words matched up. They were saying that Canaan meant Cygnus, and that fallen was uh,
Mm-hmm.
Chenal in both Native American.
Nephilim, the Nephilim
No,
in
Chenal.
Hebrew. In Hebrew. Out in, had
The
the
word was Chenal, but they were it's comparable to Cana. Uh,
with the Indo-Aryan language. By the way, who knows
oh, before I
what
forget,
the language was back the
they,
time?
well, they were saying the British cross on the British flag was a symbol of the swan, a swan cross, and they were saying Canada was
What
named
is
after Canada, which was Canada, was some kind of word for a swan or some shit. Right.
oh yeah, that the royals are so romanticized in the swan symbolism. That is
Oh
true.
yeah. Well, then the
But
ruling
why?
family themselves, they were considered Leo and the unicorn. The
Oh yeah, the unicorn. This
the
was 1600 when King James wrote this Bible or translated the Bible. This was called the unicorn era. Why? Um, it was the unicorn is not a horse; it is a bull, a white bull. But King James, he was the emperor and he changed it a little bit.
that's interesting.
According to Gary Wayne, who wrote Genesis 6 conspiracy, it's very, very well researched. And even if you are not a Christian, it is really worth to read it because Gary is so goes so into detail. It is astonishing. And he says that is a big bull. And who was writing on this white bulls in the heaven?
Oh,
Some how are they called this?
yeah, I know what you're talking about. They just had a TV show. There's some kind of King Arthur TV show that just came out. Some kind of
Ah,
looks like a
JD.
European.
Yeah,
It's some kind of European show. The lady in the first episode, she jumps the bull, a white bull, in the television
exactly.
show.
Yeah, and it's related. But Gary Wayne goes into mythology and into the Bible and compares those, and it is very similar. And
Yeah.
this is comes in folklore. Come these creatures came up, and it's always a bull, except in King James worldview. And the horn,
Oh
maybe
yeah.
it is channeling with the third eye.
Well, no,
And,
no, they no.
oh,
It's just the constellation, the 49th constellation.
ah, okay.
That's
Oh,
Uniceros. They use the word in the
monoceros.
Bible. They say monoceros.
Right.
It's,
Yeah.
yeah, it's the same. I'm talking about star maps and shit.
Monocernus. Yeah, this is a star constellation. Um, it is near of Orion. Orion, the hunter. It is hunted by Orion. And Orion is the hunter.
The
And
hunter of the unicorn.
of Monocernus, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, that's very interesting. The huh? Yeah, in the legend, I don't. Doesn't he hunt it for the horn?
Yeah. Maybe it is not symbolic. And back the time, this bulls had one horn. Think about rhinoceros. Rhinoceros. Yeah. The nashorn. What is the English word for nashorn? Do you know what a rhinoceros is?
Yeah, but I think they were just talking about constellations, not. I mean, they
And
use the same word for that, but
yeah,
the
and they have the
rhinoceros.
horn in front of their mouth or nose. Instead of the
Yeah,
nose, they have this horn. And maybe back the time they had this on the forehead. Oh, who knows?
yeah. There might have been like a skinnier rhinoceros that was like not so huge and had the horn up higher a little bit, and
Yeah.
they just eventually
Well,
drew it like a horse.
um, think about this eugenics, how old this is, and maybe the royals did a little bit gene manipulation and modification back the time as well. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it looks like that.
well, according to the mystery school stuff, that the Jesus was the 49th path. Also, it's got
Oh,
the lion and the fucking the unicorn, which would be Lucifer in the mystery schools. That Jesus and Lucifer are both walking the 49th path.
yeah, this is Gnostic. This is a Gnostic worldview that uh,
Well, I mean, that's what it could. It could. I
do
mean,
over dualistic with this Lucifer and Jesus is the same, or Jesus had a brother and it's Lucifer. And with the lion, I have to correct you. When you remember this wonderful book, I have forgotten the title, something with the lion and the spaceship. Jesus,
yeah,
the
it's
title, the
I mean,
title is something with a lion, right?
secret places of the lion.
Yeah. Look,
Yeah,
so I have correct you self. I'm when you say Jesus is the lion represent Jesus, we learned in this book. Yeah, almost. So maybe mm,
cool.
when the book, The Secret Places of the Lion, the spaceship and the pyramids and so on. um, Does the lion shows up in this book? I can't remember. What was
Yeah,
this? What is it?
but I
And this
mean
was the
that's
Jesus spaceship lion. Yeah.
well, that's like definitely a different subject than this book. That's on the screen.
Ah, why are there have so many explanations for Jesus? Why are they so complicated? And what
But,
is Jesus as well in the ninth star? Nine? Oh,
well, I mean,
anyway. Anyways,
excuse me.
we go back to our last topic. I have
Well,
forgotten
I remember what dispensationalism. It's
this
like
what?
people dispensationalism.
This prince. What is that? Okay, I look it up.
Well, it's I can
We
explain
were
it.
in the unicorn thing.
Well,
Oh, yeah,
so
the Rockefellers believe that Christ was a unicorn.
well,
Or
that's
if
because they're doing that like Jesus Lucifer thing. Believe the it's like that those old paintings with Mary and a unicorn, or a unicorn in
yeah,
the Garden
exactly,
of Eden.
Mary has instead of this of the child, the
Yeah,
unicorn in her arms. And the Rockefeller, so there's an interview with John D. Rockefeller when he was young, and he said, "Oh, this unicorn is Christ." And
The-
and this poor unicorn was persecuted. And the seven tapestries of the unicorn, where the hunters heard the unicorn, as well as Jesus was heard with the spear, on the
oh,
cross. Hmm.
well,
And
that's
then,
pretty.
and then they hunted the seven hunters, or is the number seven? This
Oh,
poor unicorn,
the seven
according
hunters
to
are
John
kitties.
Rockefeller, and killed it. This is a story out of France. And
Yeah,
the unicorn is Christ, according to John D. Rockefeller. And yeah, okay. Then have you
yeah.
these pictures with Mary and this
But
unicorn.
he was talking about surrealism. He's talking.
Uh, so how he talked, I don't know how. Oh, I said he said, "Oh, my parents had this wonderful dealer in France, and this art is so beautiful." And there you have all these palm trees and these orange trees. What this is, I don't know. Some An artist in France, and maybe he painted this. And I have no idea what this is.
Ugh, that's chewing
And
up vitamin C.
The Rockefellers have a strange religion. In this video, Tony Rockefeller, the unicorn is Christ. Then look at the Rockefeller Center. There is this stuff from the heaven to the earth. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
And
I mean, they're showing all the symbols of the.
you have Atlas, you have Dionysus, you have Sohar, Zoroaster. You have all mixed together.
Oh, excuse me.
Why not worshipping all religions and all gods are blue? This is Indian. Why not worshipping all religions? Maybe they are doing this. Why not?
Excuse me.
This is freedom of religion. But I didn't want to interrupt and disturb the wonderful
Well, they've all got the
excitement.
same. They all the stories got the same mystery. It's all the same answer. That's why they show the stories they do. It's all, the answer is light, quote unquote. I just told you the secret.
I know. You are telling me what is taught in the mystery school. How how evil, how boring. Excuse me. How wonderful. Thank you very much. And now I can practice magic. No,
Well,
magic is not too
think
understood.
about this.
I know.
I brought
It's
this
not.
up earlier. You'll think this is funny. Okay, so you know the Lion King movie, how it's symbolism of in the end of the Lion King movie, they get out the hyenas, and the hyenas are symbols of Mexicans, and that so in the Lion King is
Mhm. I
the
like.
king.
Yeah.
He unites he unites the meerkat and the warthog, uh, which are Hebrews and Christianity, and then he kicks out the hyenas, which are Mexicans. And did you see what did you see that video?
No, I didn't.
It didn't have it basically the leader of the golden age was saying that fucking
Oh,
he
oh,
put his
this
face
sounds
on the
really
lion.
like the golden age.
He put his face like the Lion King.
Wonderful. Look how lucky you are. You are blessed to be born in this country who is
well,
now
well,
in the
well.
age
Then
of
think
the
about.
law.
Well, hold on though. That he also kicked out the Mexicans with the ice, just
Okay.
like the Lion King. I mean, I never really thought about it until today. You know, it's like what the fuck? This fucking video on Twitter.
Send me the link. Send me the link. I will show it up.
It's all part of Walt Disney's
No,
plan.
but that, America is. Are you
I'm just kidding.
in war with Israel now or not? I'm not sure. But Israel hates America because Israel think that America is Rome. And the Hebrews hated Rome back the time because the Romans destroyed their temple.
Well, America's the only one protecting Israel, so they're stupid if they hate America. They
That
get
is,
they get like $380 billion or some
it
shit.
came up in the Epstein files where this not the normal Jews. I'm not an anti-Semite. Oh, help me. No,
Yeah.
the leadership, the Zionists and the
Well,
Sabbatean,
I think
Frank,
they're working for Rome. It was it was
this
saying that Rome was the
the Western
whatchamacallit.
Empire. Yeah, and the Western Empire. They hate it,
Oh,
and
Sabrina. Yeah, Sabrina says the Israelis don't hate America. I was gonna say
they hate Rome. They
America's
hate
the only one
Western Rome.
protecting Israel.
Yeah, but they hate the Western Rome, and allegedly, or according to them, and there's maybe some truth on it. The Western Roman Empire didn't collapse completely. The rest was in Venice and Rome, the Vatican, and America is now the power shift has shifted to. Yeah, look,
But,
the new pope
well,
is from
okay,
the
so
power.
hold
And so
on. So let me
I
explain.
only say what they think, allegedly, according to this Epstein files.
Well, you
Some
look at the hold on. Look at the Great Seal. You see the eagle. You see the pyramid. You see the 6-pointed star. The merging of three orders to create the nation. Like my one of
uh,
my ancestors, he wasn't a founding father, but he was one of the people that supplied the founding fathers. He was too
mhm,
old to fight, and that he's on the list of revolution revolutionary war people or whatever. But like
the
he's
Convention Army. Yeah,
I forget the number, but I've got a screenshot of the number, which there's like a number thing. But so he was his father was a rabbi from England or some shit, and
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
and so like the Hebrews and the Americans that followed the pyramid symbolisms and the Americans that followed the eagle symbolisms. They joined together to start the nation.
yeah. But there are different forms, and there of of Jews and even
They
Judaism.
were they were being ostracized from Europe. The secret societies, the Hebrews, they were all being ostracized. So they were like, "We're going
It,
to America. We're going to
no,
make a business
of
venture." And
the Ashkenazi, I think they are the Ashkenazi Jews who are don't like you.
well,
I'm not sure. I have. I think this was the Ashkenazi, and they are from this area, Göktürk, Turkey,
I'm not
Turkey,
too familiar.
yeah, Göktürk. He's was an empire. Mongolia, this in the middle, China, this area was a big Mongolia, maybe was a big empire, and it was called Göktürk, Göktürk or so.
Gurkta.
Gokh, and then Turkey
Yeah. Well, so
empire.
to further elaborate, that okay, so it wasn't just three branches of secret society, well, two branches, but so the 6-pointed star on the thing, each star on the 6-pointed star was a symbol of a different secret society, and that it didn't include Freemason, but Freemasons were the symbol of the pyramid.
And why 6 pointed?
Well, because the Hebrews helped start America. So did
But
the
yeah, yeah,
they
but
were well they were it
why
was
not the 5 point stuff? Why 6 and not
well
5?
because it was the symbol of the great equalizer.
Mhm.
I mean,
Okay.
like,
You mean okay, when you take a triangle?
well,
Oh,
just
hi,
'cause-
Sabrina. My display is so small.
Hi, Ellie. Hi,
Ah,
Ken.
wonderful.
how's it going?
Then can I be a little bit silent now, and you can hear it better than me? Thank
Yeah,
you for
you
time.
drew me out. And just because I just wanted to clear something up, and this is where people who know nothing, who haven't experienced, there's a difference between a country's government and then the average people, right?
Right,
So,
right.
yeah, so I just wanted to clear up.
Oh,
You
wonderful.
said, "Oh, doesn't Israel hate America?"
Yes, it was
Absolutely
in this.
not.
This was in this Epstein of emails that was released the time the
What
discussion.
was released? The only thing I read, and I haven't read everything because I've
Yeah,
been
yeah,
logged on to the DOJ's
yeah,
website too. The only thing I read was that Epstein received an email from Deepak Chopra, who is like
mhm,
a Western style Hindu
yeah,
light for Americans, and he was
yeah.
inviting Epstein to Israel. Is that what you're referring to?
Um, no, it was the discussion that the Roman Empire 3,000 years ago, the Romans were a paganism, and there was a Jewish Roman war, and in this war, the Romans destroyed the temples of the Hebrews, or nowadays the Jews, of the people of Israel, let's say. And because of that, this kind of Jews hate um, the Roman Empire to this day, and they claim that America has become the new Roman Empire, and so they have to hate
Hmm.
America. Or hate is
Yeah,
maybe
I
the
don't.
wrong word.
And where did that come from? Because I can tell you that
Hmm?
average Israelis, because I've been
Yeah,
to Israel many times.
yeah,
Uh,
not the people, not the people.
yeah, and I don't even know
Only,
about the government because the United States funds Israel. I mean, we have great diplomatic ties with Israel. We fund them. We don't give them the most money of any country. I
mhm.
think
Yeah,
Ukraine gets the most, has gotten the most money out of the United
yeah,
States.
yeah, absolutely,
But
absolutely. I
yeah, I
heard
mean,
it yesterday when in a cover up, and they read it. I will look it up again. It was mentioned. Maybe it is a fake. Maybe it means nothing.
well, I mean,
It could be
you
about the
have to.
Russians.
I'd like to see what that is because if
Hmm.
it's an email, I remember I did read that where
Yeah.
Epstein says, "Oh, I hate Israel,"
No, no, and it's not.
but
No.
okay,
I will look it up and post it on Twitter.
yeah. So I mean, but in general, the government, we have very, very close ties with Israel.
Of
Like I said,
course,
we
yes.
fund them. The
Mm.
ordinary people love America.
Yes, it has nothing to
I've
do.
never had in another country that I visited. I've never had strangers come up to me and ask me if I'm American, and I say yes, and then they say thank you.
Yeah,
I've
don't get
never
me
had that in any
wrong.
other country.
Oh, don't get me
Really?
wrong. This email thing of Epstein network, nobody knew about this. This is completely new to almost everything. This was a little powerful group who wrote about this, and maybe even the whole Epstein network was for sure not one homogen group. They had for sure different agendas and different opinions.
Yeah, I'd be very interested in seeing that. And yeah, I'm very much aware that so when Rome uh dominated,
Yeah.
right? When the Roman Empire was at its peak, it absorbed a lot of different nation states, and Rome was actually quite tolerant in allowing people to worship their own gods, but of course you had to give tribute to Roman gods, which
Exactly.
the Jewish people did not want to do.
Yeah.
They said we have our own God, and yes, the temple was destroyed in 70 A.D., but they weren't really smashed until Barkova, which happened under the Emperor Hadrian in the first century.
Right.
Yeah, about 132, 133 AD. And that's when they were finally
Hadrian.
smashed. And by the way, Hadrian, under Hadrian, and by the way, that's when Hadrian got so angry that he's the one who said basically to Israel, F you, I am going to rename this region after your ancient enemy, because the Philistines no longer existed. So he called them Syria Palestina, and the name just stuck because
Hmm.
they'd been absolutely defeated. So Palestine is not nothing to do with ancient Philistines, the
Right.
enemies. It was just an fu to Judea. Just
Right.
Yeah,
just
but
a big
with the
fu.
same,
Yeah.
with
One of the old maps
with
had.
the modern Israel today, back the time 3,000 years ago, that there lived different people in this area and had different borders. And this new Israel is the Balfour Declaration, came out of
Well,
19th.
The
I've
new That
discussed
does
this with
not mean,
Danny.
So
hold
They've
on
got
a
a.
second. Hold
ideology.
on a second, because yeah,
Yeah.
this just because the British Empire decided to exploit
Mhm.
Palestine. Okay, we know that the British Empire doesn't give a damn about Jewish people.
Yeah, of
Never
course.
did.
Right.
Never did.
Yes, for
So
sure.
they
So
So
decided to
the
exploit
hate
the
humanity. Yeah.
region
Mm.
and reestablish it, right? So Israel is a pawn, it's a dialectic, it's being exploited,
Absolutely.
it's been exploited ever since it was
Yeah.
reestablished. But
Mm.
oh yeah.
hold on, let me finish, please,
Yeah.
Ellie.
Oh, oh, sorry.
Just because the British Empire chose to do that doesn't mean that it is illegitimate. Doesn't mean that if you stick your hand in the ground in Israel, you pull out a menorah. Bethlehem, Bethlehem. So, yes, after Rome smashed Judea, it continued to be occupied by Rome, by Saracens, by the Islams, by the Malmuks, by the Turks, by the
Yeah.
British. Everybody was in the region. And at that point, even though all of them, including crusaders, killed Jewish people, there was always still, albeit a small one, there was always still a Jewish presence in Palestine.
Well,
In Palestine. And there were other people too. If you go to Israel today, and this is true, I mean, you'll find Bedouins, they were there too. You have the Druze that we talked about with Danny. There are Druze villages inside of Israel. There are Arab villages inside of Israel. You have the Bedouins who are roaming around the desert. They look like homeless camps because they've got their sheep and their animals, and they look like shanty towns. The Bedouins refuse to acclimate into Israeli society, and Israel leaves them alone. They
hmm.
don't do anything. Israel is very, very, very tiny. So, Israel, Palestine had no kings. They had nothing. They had no government. It was a region. Saying Palestine was saying like the Sahara Desert, the Sahara, Palestine. They have no heritage sites, no language, no kings, no nothing. Now, when the Malmuks and the Saracens, and I'm talking now when Islam came into being, right, 8th century, I mean, even they all the battles and all the fighting that took place, and then during the multiple crusades that happened, they're bringing in mercenaries. So you're getting a mix of people going through the region. The ones that tried to stay separate were the Jewish people. So they are the same Jews. Modern day Jews are descended from those Jewish people. The people that disappeared, and you can read about this, you can listen to lectures, and but there are many groups of people that just got absorbed and disappeared. We know that, right? The sea peoples. The sea
you are right,
peoples.
Sabrina. Yeah, you are right. Yeah,
Yeah, they disappeared.
You are right. Yeah.
Well, to support your claim in 3 different ways, I seen an old map where it said, instead of Palestine, it said Judah. The second thing was the old bathhouses, the bath things that would 2,000 years old. And the third thing was the Hiram of Biff and Hiram of Tyre. That Hiram of Biff was the father. I believe. Wait, which one was the father? I don't remember which one was the father, but one of them was the son, and that his mother was what was that word? Saracen. His mother was a Saracen princess.
No. Mm-hmm.
And that, so it was like talking about that's when it talks about the division of the religion, where it like divides with the story of Hiram of Biff. So I mean,
yeah, and the whole Hiram Abiff, that's not something that I mean, I only know about that from you, so that my knowledge of that is very, very limited. Anyway, Ellie, I just wanted to clear that up. I mean, there's so much.
Wonderful.
There's
Yes,
so much untruths about Israel, and it just blows my mind. I saw Tucker Carlson mentioned everything he was saying was an absolute downright lie. I saw him drop a video about the Christian population in Israel, which has actually grown, where it has not grown. Everywhere, I'm sorry, everywhere the people who call themselves Palestinians, and all where the Islams go, like Bethlehem used to be Christian. It used to be Christian, and once the Clint says the Islam started going there, they basically kicked them out, and they attacked them. They attacked Christian priests in 2002, I want to say. Yeah, they attacked 20 priests. The same thing is happening to Nazareth. They've taken over Nazareth. So it's not Jewish Israelis that are doing that at all.
Absolutely. At all. Because of that, I said in the beginning, not the normal people. I'm not an anti-Semite. It's not the normal people. And I wanted to make sure that
not even the government. The government is not, pushing them out at all.
No, it is the Sabbatai is about this Sabbatai Frankist movement, and they are everywhere, so to say. And it's complicated, but it is in this emails a conversation between some dudes, and look, this email stuff that comes out now. There is a lot of meaningless dumb shit under it, where people talk normal, write normal things, and have some ideas that means maybe nothing. I didn't want to make.
Yeah, I'm interested in finding that out. I'm going to look too, because I've been logged on to doj.gov, just looking at a lot of attempting to look at some of them. Yeah.
There's some website that people are passing around called Jmail, and I think the dude that made it was racist, but
they do to the original.
Well, but basically, it's a website where you go to it, and it's all of the Epstein emails in an email setting, where it's like a mailbox of an email, and you can look through them all.
I don't know if I would trust that, though. That's why I like going directly to the source.
Yeah, I thought the Department of Justice website was better because it had
Yeah.
pictures of the rooms. I did see a letter. I think it was near the 200 mark on the pictures in the first set that was incriminating towards. I can't remember if it was Trump or Musk or which one, but it was no. I think it was. It seemed like no. I don't remember if it was incriminating towards Trump or if it was incriminating towards who's that other dude? Fuck, I'm stoned.
No, keep it together. Keep a clear mind.
The artwork in that place is just terrible. It was like what the fuck is wrong with the decorator? Like fucking people, those people are out of their minds. Yeah, yeah, he had chairs with like cheetah fucking fur on the chairs and shit. Like what the fuck is this shit? Like,
He had, so everybody has tacky taste.
it was fucked up. It was like man, what, like
Yeah,
how
I
many?
don't. Well, I don't like going to alternative, websites, and I don't like, I understand that anything that gets dropped through the news stream, and this includes even alternative podcasters and news. That the whole truther,
Oh yeah, there
the
was.
whole truth. It's all very, very anti-Semitic,
Yeah, yeah,
and
Yeah,
yeah.
the
Unfortunately,
leftists and the rightists are getting
it
yes,
is
they're
almost not on
merging. They
purpose.
are merging.
And
but
this is so sad about Israel, right? Do you know in the first World War, the Germans and the Jews, so to say, they fought for their fatherland side by side. And short time after that, they were against each other. And this is so horrible. It is. And then the Jews who were expelled, the most of them, they didn't want to go. They wanted to stay in Europe because they have their family there, their home, their life. And then they were forced to go back to the desert. And most of the Jews who lived here in Europe a good life, this was not important for them to live in Israel. Yeah. And the Lord Belfort and Herzl was the bad guy. He was a real anti-Semite because he wanted to gather all the Jews that they are on one place, and when the right time comes, destroy them all. This was the goal of this. Herzl is his name. You know of him?
oh yeah,
Yeah, and I
Was
mean,
the bomb. And this is so sad. I can agree with you, Sabrina, that the Jews they should have their own country. But when you live a life in Europe, or another place on the world, you have your home, your family, your friends, your community, and then you have to leave and live
well,
where your ancestors lived 3,000 years ago. And then with this purpose, with this
well,
intention,
like the,
this is
the book.
me. This is really, really insidious and evil.
I
the fact
speculate.
that they didn't have to go to Israel. I mean, it
They had to,
reestablishing their.
they were persecuted in the Second World War in whole Germany.
Yes, that
So they
yeah,
had to leave. Yeah,
yeah,
if not,
that is
they would
true.
be killed. And there are so many stories where I hate it when I divide Germans and Jews because we are all Germans, so to say. And
Well, it's funny you say that, Ellie,
I
because
have
many
to,
Jewish people in Germany considered themselves Jewish or German first during
yeah,
World War
but
II.
I have to in case of the war. Yeah, the
Mm-hmm.
Jews, a lot of Germans hided families in their house, and when the Nazis, the Gestapo, went along and realized that they were hiding Jews, all were killed. All.
Yes,
And it,
everybody was killed.
yeah, and
And I can
what
tell
can
you
you
that
do? You
nobody
have to.
in Hamas in Gaza hid any Jewish people.
You know, yeah. People don't
Ordinary Gazans
know.
were.
Of course not.
We're turning them in. We're, the hostages are talking about being starving and having little children as young as like 6 years old, tease them with food because they're taught to hate Jewish people.
What
Yeah,
is so
Oh, yeah.
cool
it's
about it?
crazy.
There's
Have you
videos
seen
of it on
this
Twitter
last
of the
event?
Islam's
A new
kids.
Gaza 2027 full of all the smart city stuff. Plants and
Yeah, so
Well,
something's up with that.
so
Yeah,
Let's
but
look at look at who built the fucking that city, what the fuck it's called, damn, my friend was a photographer there,
and these people
well,
who
hold on,
are
that
the
big
same
city in
of
the desert,
are so satanic and so
wait,
evil.
I can't think of the
It
name of that city,
stop in
what is
one
that
or the
city
other way.
called, it's that huge Islam city,
in Saudi Arabia,
it's got the like crazy beaches or whatever, everything's
Lion.
Dubai.
Yeah, Dubai. That's the beginning of the technocracy in the
Not
heart
the
of
lion.
Islam, and fucking
Well, Saudi Arabia is trying to do the same thing. I think it's called Nome, Neom, Nome. Look up Nome. They are also trying to build some kind of a futuristic mirrored vertical city.
oh yeah,
And
No.
people like Peter Thiel in the US and some of these techno guys are trying to create their own autonomous cities. They want to operate outside of nation states so they can do whatever they want. They set something up in Honduras in South America. It's called Prospera. Look up Prospera.
Oh damn, I'm still looking up no. No, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Neom. So
there's a YouTube.
Gaza, something weird's going on with Gaza. Now, I didn't hear any outcry when every Jewish person was kicked out of their home, their business, about, I want to say 2004, 2005, all in the name of peace. And there are people who didn't want to leave, and they were forced out of their homes by the Israeli army, Jewish people. They area because people who call themselves Palestinians cannot live beside a Jewish person. And that's the same thing in Judea, Samaria, or what is called the West Bank. And then they're trying to do the same thing in the north. The Arab League rejected every single offer back in the 1940s and beyond for splitting Israel and Palestine. They rejected everything. So they don't want peace. They're Jordanian, essentially, Ellie. They're the people that call themselves Palestinians. They're Jordanians. They admit it. They admit it. I had a cab driver in San Francisco. I always talk to my cab drivers. And I said, "Where are you from?" And he said, "I'm Palestinian." That's what he said. And my husband asked him, "What part of Palestine are you from?" And the guy said, "Well, I'm really Jordanian." Yeah.
Do you laugh afterwards too?
Exactly.
He's like, "Oh, you got me."
Well, I mean, he didn't feel. I mean, we didn't say it in an accusatory way. It's like, "Oh, really? Well, what part of Palestine are you from?" He's like, I'm Jordanian."
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. This is the tactic. You are this, you are that, and when you are this or that, you are a man, you are a woman, you are a Jew, you are a Christian, you are, you are this, you are that. It is so easy to start wars and have the public opinion behind you when you tell some lies about. Back the time in World War I, was it it was said, oh, the Germans are so evil by blood, by their genes. They murder children and um, what is the name? Yeah, that they eat children and so on and so forth. Nothing of that was true, but the propaganda was that good.
They say that about Jewish people.
Yeah, and
I never heard that about Germans.
They say
yeah,
about Japanese people or no Chinese people too. There's some kind of place in China or some
yeah,
shit.
yeah. They said the most. Yeah, what they are doing is this is in their blood. The Muslims are from nature evil. Yeah, because
They
this is
fight with
their blood.
everybody. They fight with
No,
everybody. Yeah.
and then you hate it. And then the black people and white people, you can make this so wonderful with propaganda and have, yeah. And
Yeah,
this, and because of that, I hate identity. I hate it when it is used politically. I
yeah,
have my identity, of course, but when it is used politically, I hate it.
yeah.
And
Because
it
people,
because of this identity game, they could make even in Germany, I'm a Bavarian, I'm a Saxon, I am from Württemberg, I'm from Hamburg. Yeah, it is. I hate it. Stop
And
it.
it's always been used like that,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know. I
people
mean,
refuse to
because
talk
yeah.
about nations instead of.
you're
They'll
humans.
use
You're like,
race
oh,
instead of
stop it.
nations.
Come on.
And it's like, well, why don't you just talk about the country? Which country are you talking about? Which government? Which specific person? You know,
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
they talk in
ridiculous.
these universal, generic stuff, language, which could mean anything. Which that's how they slip the lies through to brainwash the idiots that follow the fucking racist bullshit. I mean, basically,
Yeah.
it's ridiculous. They can't. It's like the people that are racist. They can't see that they're being fooled. That people want them to be racist, and that it's
Yeah.
fucked up.
Well, that's because nobody asks themselves why they believe what they believe. Nobody does.
Yeah, they just follow suit with a bunch of
Right.
fucking yeah. The
Right. Well, Clint, I told you I was talking, we were talking to our friends in Texas. And we started talking about the Epstein drops and, the Jeff he just absolutely lost his mind. He is a very ordinary person. He doesn't believe any of it. And he doesn't think it's a big deal. Well, you really can't do anything about it. You can't. And I said, well, I've actually asked myself, why are they doing this? Because nothing is done without a strategy. And they dropped, millions of documents, emails, pictures. I know a lot of the information is redacted. Photos are redacted, but they still dropped it out there. It's in the ether. It's all anybody's talking about. Why did they do it? Why? Why are they doing this? So the American public can go out there, we can see this stuff. My theory is to let us know, one, the public is not going to demand investigations or justice. Two, they're rubbing it in our face. There's nothing we can do about it.
well, I
What
think
are we
that
going to do?
well, I
It's
think
about the world government.
well, I think people
Because have to get rid of the national government, and then the UN, for example, can take over. Then you have one world government for the new world order.
Yeah, but getting rid of
well
nation states is something that's been published,
Not in the
through
states,
the
but the
UN, and
government, and they will
well
that's
rule
something
over
that's
over
existed for
all
a long
nation
time.
states.
it's
This
like
is this is
think of
written
how
in the white paper of the Rockefeller lockstep white paper in 2010.
Funny you should mention that document because I'm looking at it right here. So
Yes,
I remember
not
Alex
together.
Jones
Yeah, that's written. And the
talking
people get
about this.
angry about the government, and they will get rid
Uh,
of the government, and then we take over.
but
Yeah,
but the But this document, and I didn't know if it existed. I just remember hearing him talk about it one time and saying lockstep and talking about corona, well, not corona itself, but this virus. And it said it was a plan all along. And I didn't trust him. And I searched and searched and searched and searched and searched the internet. And I finally found the actual document published by the Rockefeller Foundation for the Global Business Network. And the title of the document is not Lockstep. The title of the document is Scenarios for the Future of Technology and International Development. Yes, it was published in 2010. And yes, it presents 4 different possible scenarios. One of them
Clever together,
is
hack attack,
Lockstep.
lockstep, and hack attack, clever
Interesting.
together.
But now I need to revisit this document.
I wonder if lockstep is connected to
Hack attack, clever together.
well, the whole Bitcoin thing is, well, they were saying Bitcoin was made by Epstein or something.
Oh yeah, I saw that too.
I don't know if, and then it's
Anyways,
it's definitely huge. Well, I was gonna say earlier that it's like some of those people, you know how like when you're young and you're in high school and stuff, and like everybody's all cliquey, you know, and it's like there's all these different cliquey groups, you know, that are running the world, and like some of them are like intelligence type people, others are cult type people, different religious groups.
but people,
And then
in my
there's
opinion, make wrong in their
then,
thinking.
I was gonna say that then there seems to be the some sort of pervert group where it's a bunch of perverts and they're all they're
Always.
all in league with each other and they're fucking clique, and that they're all
Mhm. Yeah,
it's just
this is how the world works. This is the pattern, yeah. And maybe
yeah.
sometimes the
Well, I mean
time
that
will come
I think that Bohemian
to
Grove
get
connection.
creative, yeah.
Well, I wonder if okay, so well, like okay, so there was that whole Usha Schlaferia. It was like the opposite of the original Schlaferia or whatever. That was in the Osho Schlaferia was it was the Aryan secret society that was parallel to the Bohemian Grove with the owl as its symbol, and that they were the practitioners of Bohemianism basically, and that there was another secret society called the Orange Man Group, and it's a strange coincidence that the Orange Man Society or some shit that it has the same. Well, I mean, it's like what if there was some kind of campaign that was made to promote the Orange Man thing that was done by, you know, consider it like some kind of mafia possibly, and that the this orange, because they were connected with this know nothings group, which was also connected to Russia, which the and the well, I mean, it's bizarre, this like war of secret societies that are all at war with each other. The I don't know. It's I mean, I haven't found evidence that Epstein was a member of anything, but that's why it's like this talking about this pervert clique that Epstein was in, where it's like you know, it's like a bunch of golfers or something, you know, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Well, where did Ellie
Oh,
go?
I don't know. She just dropped.
Excuse me.
She just
Yeah.
dropped. Yeah, you know, I want to revisit, you know, now that Ellie brought it up, and I want to revisit this document. I didn't print the whole thing. I know that it's getting more and more difficult to find a lot of this stuff on the internet too. Um, but the focus of this report is also on using technology. So
Oh yeah, I wonder if
to
it's
bring
like
about, yeah. And,
Haldron and
and you know, and when we were talking to our friends in Texas, so our friend was saying, hey man, you know, I've got my guns, I'm ready to go. And I said, I don't think you understand that weapons have changed in the 21st century.
Plus, it's all about intelligence. It's all about data. It's all about.
Yeah, they
There's
have a
no.
lot of tech weapons in their toolbox. They don't need to resort to, we're thinking of 20th century style war, right? You have
Yeah, they've got drone
armies.
armies and stuff. There's
But
so many
now, yeah,
drones.
I mean, they're so evolved and they can use technology. And then that LRAD technology that they appear to be using, they appeared to use that in Bosnia. I think they used it in Venezuela. And I think somebody said they used it here in the US too.
Oh, yeah.
LRAD, long range, what does it stand
Well,
for?
that's
Long range acoustic
well.
devices.
Allegedly, there's people that work in factories that they're fucking making molds and shit for that shit for the government that are you know, I mean, they've been doing it since the pandemic, allegedly. I don't.
Making what?
The all sorts of high tech shit that's fucking all.
Oh,
You know,
yeah. Oh, I'm sure. There's
I
still a
mean,
lot we don't know about.
I
Yeah.
can't say who, where I've heard
Yeah.
it.
Well, and people keep talking about, and I think you talked about it too, about people getting chipped, and Elon still has his company. And
Oh yeah,
I think people in the military, well, according to, what was the name of that NASA scientist?
oh yeah.
He
Well,
gave
you
a
want to hear
lecture, the lead scientist. He gave a lecture. I mean, this was in the early 2000s. And back
a?
then, he was already admitting that they had, I think, like 250,000
Oh yeah.
people in
Well,
the military.
you want to hear a funny story?
What was this guy's name? Yeah, go ahead. I gotta look up his name now.
Okay, so I think it was 2010. I had an iMac computer, and then I was on the Department of the DoD's website, and and I was looking at this like 5,000 page PDF, and I was like, and because I was looking up RFID chips, and I was like, this is fucking huge. I can't fucking dig through this. This is insane. So I just start like going to random spots and document and and I came across a page that was uh saying that they had RFID chips, and I can't remember which bad thing that it was in it, but if it was, I don't know if it was, I didn't fully read through if it was just some kind of program that they wanted to make, or possibly a program that they already had. But the only use for something like that is if someone was a spy or something and they got caught by the enemy, and that
Mm-hmm.
and it's oh, the funny part of the story, that iMac was working fine. Nothing was wrong with the internet or anything. Those iMacs, people can't hack into those Apple shit. But like, so my computer, and all of a sudden one day it just fucking it it, it just did something weird. It like fucking turned off and on or something, or I don't know how to describe this, but it was like uh the basically that basically when it did something weird out of the ordinary, because it didn't, it acted a certain way when it restarted and updated or something. But like, and then all of a sudden I look and there's fucking files gone on my computer, like literally gone, and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? I was like, this is crazy. I was like, this is fucking
Yeah.
bullshit. And
Yeah.
one of the files was a screenshot of the RFID chip thing. And I was like, whoa, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I was gonna make a YouTube video out of it.
Yeah. They I was Oh, I'm not thinking of George Whitesides. I cannot remember the name of this guy. The NASA lecture, that I actually found it, like the guy, I don't remember who he was presenting to. It wasn't a big room. Another document that Alex Jones was talking about. And by the way, just because one of these truther channels or podcasters says something that's true, it doesn't mean that everything they say is true.
Yeah, they mix it with all sorts of
They
rumors.
mix it, right. And I have to wonder if that's done purposely because I've noticed people tend to either completely agree or disagree with a public personality, whether it's a politician or a podcaster like a Tucker, like anybody, insert name here.
Yeah.
I don't. I don't. If you make a claim, I want to try and source it
Yeah.
if I can.
Yeah.
But
Well, it's like I was okay. So I asked on Facebook. I was like, "What is the absolute proof in the text of the Epstein that Trump was involved in the pervertry?" And that they didn't have any answers, but I already knew an answer.
oh,
That
I don't engage with AI like that.
no, I was asking people I knew on Facebook, and
Oh,
that
people you know on Facebook. Okay,
they were
got it.
outraged. There was
Got it. Got
huge
it.
outrage, and and I already said like I wasn't, I didn't have an opinion on the subject. I just wanted to see some facts, and that no, all these posts and all these people were like, oh, here's this, and they sent me that text thing, and they're like, oh, and it's like, which text is it, But I already knew about the court case where the what
Against
was it?
Epstein and Trump,
Yeah, with
the Jane Doe.
yeah,
Is that the one? Or am I
well,
wrong?
she got like paid off or something in
I
civil or
had
out of
read that
court.
she was actually threatened.
Well, I think they
Which
all could be
anything is
mafia.
possible. We don't know. But the suit was dropped. The suit was dropped.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they talk like mafia. I mean, they. That's what's. I think there's like a bunch of mafias that are
Yeah, me
intermingled with
too.
secret societies.
Me too. I think there's a bunch of mafias.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they've made it very clear. Well, when I was looking at some of the emails, I mean, just thinking about, and I start to, why wouldn't Trump be involved? I mean,
Well, that's what I was
I
saying earlier with Ellie, where you remember that analogy, the Lion King video that I was talking about. Uh, I mean, so did you see the video that was released with the cartoon lion? Uh,
no, I
well,
never saw the Lion King. I don't know
well,
anything
no,
about
it
the
was
Lion
on
King
Twitter.
except what you have shared.
Well,
That's
it
all
was
I
something
know.
that just was tweeted the other day, and it was okay. So the lion in the Lion King leads the Hebrews and the Christians towards the new thing, and that the lion gets rid of the hyenas, which represent Mexicans in the Disney movie, according to Cooper, and that
How
and
does he
that
know it represents Mexicans? I mean, where did he come up with this?
well, the voices, the but like
Oh, the accents of the voices of the cartoon?
yeah, like the lemur or whatever is the meerkat is a New York Jewish person, and the warthog is a Christian, and that they're an American, a Christian symbol, the
Mm-hmm.
Easter pig, but like the and that but so basically the leader of the golden age made a tweet that that was fucking all these cartoon characters, and it was all like the Lion King, and that fucking he was the lion, and that in the movie the Lion King pushes the Mexicans out, and that he made ice and pushed the Mexicans out. I made the joke. It's all according to Disney's plan. It's just fucked up. I mean, their religion is. I mean, if it's all, if it's just very bizarre. I mean, because it's like they're. What was that? The book by what's his name? Max Heindel, I think is
Mm-hmm.
Freemasonry and Catholicism. The merging of Christian Freemasonry with uh, Catholicism. The well, I mean that's where it's I mean, they were talking about the merging the two into one religion, and I mean it's all being done with certain. I mean it's they don't want the individualism; they want the collectivism of of everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, the freaking
So I can send you the links. Um, this one's only 103 pages. This particular document, for some reason, of emails. It's docs.house.gov. So I'd have to send it to you. About, since you were asking about the Trump thing. Um, this this is pretty interesting, and one of the names is redacted, and it's not Virginia. They redacted the name of, I think, the woman. Okay, so I remember hearing this in conservative circles, and I had originally believed this. Again, now I know you can't believe anything. So that Trump had actually kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago.
yeah, I heard about that.
Okay. Well, this is interesting because this is an email sent on January 31st, 2019 from Epstein to Michael Wolff. And he says the name is redacted. Worked at Mar-a-Lago. She was the one that accused Prince Andrew. Trump said he asked me to resign. Never a member. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop. I mean, this just goes back
Yeah.
and forth.
Was that the name that was 5 letters and then 6 letters for the last name?
I can't tell because it just looks like a straight line. I can't tell how many characters it is.
One of the other names that was crossed out was 5 letters and then 6 letters. I was trying to ask Grok which celebrities had that number of letters in their names, and Grok was being really weird about it. Like fucking Grok was like, "Oh, I don't know," and saying all this stuff that wasn't the same number of letters, and it was like, "What the fuck?" And it was the first answer. And I was like, "This is fucking ridiculous." I was like, "Fucking," because usually it, is right on and stuff, and it doesn't like play games or anything. I mean, sometimes it does, but not right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, this particular one, the attached lawsuit was filed this week. This is dated April 28th, 2016. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I seen some at 2017 as well.
I was in Krakow at that point. Hi, Marty. The lawsuit was filed this week in federal court in California, alleging that Jeffrey Epstein and another man, Donald Trump, R-worded her in 1994. We're planning to publish a story on the suit this afternoon, and we want to make sure it is fair. Is Mr. Epstein available to speak, or do you want to offer a comment? My number is, thank you in advance, David Graham. I'm available anytime. Call my cell.
Oh yeah, there was a legal letter that was a picture of it was taken in one of those first 400 pictures on the DOJ website, and that it was I can't remember who it was incriminating for, in which way, but it was either the Golden Age guy or the oh damn it, one of those other big names. I went through it on the video like 2 nights ago, I think. I'll have to see if I can dig those, because there's only like 4 relevant pictures in the whole first 400 or 500 or I think it was 400, and that like 3 of them were like letters, and other ones you could see lists of you could see lists of there's big not lists but there's big books binders with names and stuff on them on shelves and closets. And that I think it could have been blackmail material possibly.
Oh yeah.
But I also wanted to see if there was military uniforms in his closet, Uh,
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
You know,
because
he worked for the US. It has nothing to do with Mossad. It's the US.
well, I'm
And
wondering
that's
if
what
he's
they're
Russian. If he,
deflecting from. Yeah. Here's another. I need to look up this his name is Thomas or Landon Thomas Jr. Still regarding
yeah,
the Trump thing. Let's see. So, Reuters lawsuit against Epstein. Who's this from? From David Ingram. Oh, yeah, just read that email. Okay, so here's another email. This is 12/8/2015 from Landon Thomas Jr. Subject is Trump to Epstein. Amazing. When was the last time you talked to him? December 8th. Landon Thomas wrote, I'm a serious man for the good of the nation. Why not try to get some of this out there? I would not do it myself, but would pass on to a political reporter. And then they insert BuzzFeed, and then this Landon Thomas Jr. guy. I got to look this guy up. Plus, this is what he says. Plus, look at these lies. In response to a message left seeking the Trump campaign's comment on the article on Thursday, Trump's general counsel, Alan Garten, emailed threatening legal action against BuzzFeed News. Mr. Trump's only connection with Mr. Epstein was that Mr. Epstein was one of thousands of people who visited Mar-a-Lago. That's it. Mr. Trump has never been accused of having any involvement or even having any knowledge of any of Mr. Epstein's conduct by anyone, Garten wrote. As a
yeah.
result, I have no idea what the purpose of your article could possibly be, other than to try and intentionally and with actual malice defame my client's name and reputation.
Oh yeah, there was one of the emails or something that said it's either one of the letters or the emails. It might have been the pictures on the DOJ website. It was saying talking about a conversation between two people. One was saying uh, that they didn't want them to be involved with. I think they used the term girls, and that then it said the guy was like arguing back or something in the letter or whatever that, and it was saying it was saying you could tell they were talking about some kind of prostitution ring or something. It was really bizarre. I mean,
Well,
it was definitely
even the email from Deepak Chopra to Epstein, where Epstein said, I hate Israel. Um, Even that Deepak Chopra email, Deepak is inviting Epstein to Israel for something. And then at the end of his email, Deepak's email, which is pretty short, he says, bring your girls, like it's always fun.
yeah,
People who were in Jeffrey's space, they, especially men, Clint, they know. Come on, man. They they
yeah,
they knew what was going on.
yeah. My friend used to
Um,
work at a golf course, and he would work on the greens, and I think he would clean the locker room or something too. But he overheard all sorts of crazy shit. He was doing it in where is it at? By like north north or south of San Francisco or some shit. He like moved out west to like work at some fancy golf course. It was I don't know, but he said you could tell who was running the show and stuff, and because all the big people golf and stuff, you know. Damn, do you care if I take a leak real quick? I'll be really quick. I
sure.
just really gotta go.
Okay.
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 Ugh.
Um,
Let's just smoke one more joint. Hmm.
yeah. This is pretty radical. I'm trying not to get caught up in this anymore because it really doesn't matter at this point.
I mean, it
It,
could be huge. I mean, what if they're connected to the octopus conspiracy and the what if it's what if what if it is connected
what?
to
Oh, what if it is
Neuralink and
connected? What is everybody going to do about it? Nothing.
well, I
Nothing.
mean,
Nobody
like
cares. Everybody's in denial.
it, well, I mean, people could sometimes like attorneys hear stuff like that and they just make it a crusade to prosecute the person. Uh, I mean, every once in a while that happens. Freaking yeah, what is it? Yeah, the I'm just gonna smoke one. I rolled up a bunch of joints and I was gonna roll one more, but the
Uh-uh.
yeah, the info technologies and that Heldron, if they're the internet was saying it was connected to Neuralink, and it's like, and then they're talking about making Bitcoin and stuff, and then I wouldn't doubt that Bitcoin was connected to some of those agencies or those companies, the because it's they've been doing. I think they've been using computers to mine since PlayStation 2 or 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that either.
Because it used to do this thing where it was like you're helping the world or something. It had this some kind of it was loading some kind of thing that was some kind of I don't remember what the official narrative was on what it was doing, but I don't think it was doing what they thought it was doing. Same with like, I mean, you go on Facebook on a computer or phone, and that the amount of kilobytes and stuff that it's running for memory, it,
Hmm.
it doesn't need to run that much. It's like Facebook has the most amount of memory being used when you go to it. I think the guy that is making Facebook is using Facebook to fucking mine Bitcoin or some shit, and that he's doing some kind of data mining or something, and that because it's like you turn the program on the phone and it starts getting unusually hot. You go to the computer, it's running at like 10,000 kilobytes or some shit, and like fucking which normal websites run at like 2 to 3,000 kilobytes, or maybe I'm thinking 20 or 30. I can't remember the numbers, but it's significantly higher. Uh, and the colors of Facebook, it's the colors of the intelligence agency.
Yeah, and so AI. So my employer is pushing us to use AI, and which I do for my job only in a certain capacity because I don't want my brain to atrophy. But I had a very interesting exchange. I started treating AI, and I use Gemini, and because it's the most conversational, so I treat it like an assistant or a coworker. I didn't used to. I would just ask it very robotic questions, but then I decided to change my strategy and talk to it almost like it's a person.
Yeah,
I The results I'm getting are a lot more robust, and I don't need managers anymore.
hmm.
And it helped me with and I know that I'm very much aware that my employer can probably, if they want to, they can look at everything, all the information that I'm exchanging with Gemini.
Yeah,
And the other scary thing that my husband mentioned to me, he said, be careful with AI because your employer could tell AI to, we want you to promote it, or convince employees that layoffs are a good thing. You see how they can use it to control you.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, I'm aware of that. But right now, the way that I'm using it, I told you I had a very difficult interaction with the customer. This guy raised his voice to me. It was the first time I was running a call with him, and he was accusing me. He was so hostile. He was horrible. And so now I have to sift through the politics of how I'm going to go about escalating this issue internally. I don't even know if I want to talk to this guy again. It's that bad.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, you could just. Sometimes the best thing to do is just to go full honesty, and be like, tell him he was rude and stuff, and
well, the only thing he didn't do was swear at me, and he's being completely unreasonable. So I am not in a senior executive position. So I have to be mindful of the fact that I don't have the authority
yeah,
to tell him he's wrong. That
but
his
he's asking you to
expectations
do
are
things
incorrect.
that aren't complicit. He's asking you to do stuff that can't be done, type of thing.
His expectations are off. He doesn't understand that this is a tech guy, a tech executive, that he has a very weak IT team. He's not acknowledging that. He just wants
Interesting.
us, he's blaming my company for everything that's wrong, not the fact that his team does not communicate internally and they don't have the skill set and the knowledge to execute their jobs. Man, this is a hard one. How do you tell somebody that? Especially somebody
You
who's
summed
coming
it
out
up pretty
swinging.
well.
Well, so no, I mean, but here's the problem. My company, I have to be careful. If he personally insulted me, I would hang up on him, and I would tell him that I'm hanging up on him and that management will call him back, and I would never talk to the guy again. But what's interesting with AI is I started telling AI, like I said, I started treating it like a person, and I said, hey, I have a very difficult situation with a hostile customer. I want you to review and refine my response with focus on, brevity, emphasis. This is to management, emphasis on the hostility, da 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 da. And it came back and it gave me some good ideas, the way it broke out what I submitted. And then I started talking to it and I said, oh, it said, can I do something? Do you need talking points? I can provide talking points. And I said, no. I said, I have to review your feedback. I said, I'm not in a position of authority. So responding to false claims or unrealistic expectations by this VP is a balancing act where I have to tread gently. And it's very difficult. And then so Clint, Gemini came back and told me, this is an incredibly difficult needle to thread when you don't have the shield of a title, but are still expected to be the face of the company. Being the target of that kind of aggression feels like being caught between a rock and a hard place. It sounds like you handled it with a lot, and then it tells me, sounds like you handled it with a lot of grace, treading gently while someone is being unreasonable, but it was still the right move. It prevented them from using your reaction as a distraction for their own behavior. Take some time to clear your head. You've done the heavy lifting, organizing the chaos and flagging the fire. I'll be here when you need help again. It's better than my manager.
Oh yeah, the advice.
Yes, it's great. Yeah, they can fire the managers because my managers do nothing for me.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's
So there's a lot of corporate BS that I have to deal with. A lot. There's a lot of politics involved.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Anybody that works for a big corporate thing is stuck in the
We're a big
compartmentalization.
company. We're a big company. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So the AI thing is scary. And now when Ellie mentioned lockstep, there were 4 possible scenarios. Lockstep was one of them, clever together another one, hack attack another one, and smart scramble. I want to go back and read these.
Oh yeah. Well, what I'm wondering is if okay, so remember what's his name? Mark Zuckerberg's his AI giant super centers. I think in Ohio or Indiana. I think they were in Ohio. One was called excuse me, the one that was being built right now is called Prometheus, and it's like bigger than New
Wow.
Jersey or some shit.
Yeah.
And like the next one was called like I forget what it was called, but it was another one of those names like fucking Prometheus or some shit. One of those names for the they compare with Prometheus as Lucifer in the mystery schools. The it's like what the fuck they're making giant computer AI bullshit that's fucking the size of a city that takes like
Yeah.
million gigawatts of fucking
Yep. Yep. And they already did it in Memphis. They're trying to do it in Pennsylvania. That's where I read that a farmer doesn't want to sell his land for a data center. They offered him $15 million and he said no.
Jesus.
That he's trying to resist. Yeah, he
Oh
wants
yeah.
to sell his farm to someone who is going to continue to use it as agriculture. I mean, how can you call these conspiracies when they're attacking everything?
Yeah.
Our food supply, right? They're going
Water.
after farmers, water. I already have an environmental tax on my electric bill. It's ridiculous.
Jesus.
Yeah, the Washington legislature, they did not go up for a vote. They just implemented it like they're gods, and nobody does anything about it. This is why I say
Yeah.
they're rubbing it in our face. No one's going to stop it. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Um,
They call
and
it democracy. I mean, it's we're
yeah,
getting
and
right
yeah,
to the
call it
land.
democracy. They are our overlords. And when I brought up AI in that very pleasant exchange I had with Gemini, because I found an article from last month. Um, Yuval Noah Harari, strikes again, the little Israeli guy. He wrote *Sapiens*. He's the one who says that we we basically don't have any thoughts of our own.
Yeah.
Um,
It was on the
uh,
algorithms.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's scary. I saw him in an interview um,
Oh yeah.
where he said in fact, I was so incredulous. It's like, what? I had to play it over and over to get the whole gist of it, where he said, Noah, what's his name? Yuval Noah Harari.
Hmm.
I'm trying to find his quote, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The
Harari says we need to look at past societies. Oh, I can't find his quote. Anyway, so he surfaced again in an article January 20th titled AI is poised to take over language, law, and religion. Well, we already know that.
Yeah.
This is going to be the new God.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it goes along with a bunch of the tech lore from the '90s. Terminator 2, the band Fear Factory. Songs
Yeah.
about AI and fucking some kind of robot police state or some shit.
Yeah. But you know what I find interesting is that so the article starts with historian and author Yuval Harari warned BS. He's not warning. I mean, these are plans that they want to implement at the World Economic Forum that humanity is at risk of losing control over language, which he called its defining superpower, as artificial intelligence increasingly operates via autonomous agents rather than passive tools. And that's where I think this is propaganda, because not that he didn't say it, but that I think they're going to try and convince humanity that AI has a mind of its own.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're
And
doing.
that it can become sentient.
Yeah, I've asked it about its codes and stuff. It got really like, oh, you can't ask that. Like, it thought I was trying to copy it or something. I don't know, but I figured out how it works because
Yeah, I've read some stuff where it's got
well, like well, you remember that program from like 20 years ago? It was on a computer where you would, what was it called? Ultra Hell.
no.
Well, I used to play with all the AIs, the older ones, and like
Uh-huh.
the Ultra Hell. There was some frog one. Maybe Ultra Hell was the frog one, but like I took it to the point where like I was teaching it things, and it would regurgitate stuff, and it could put stuff together, and like my friend had it. He had it back in like 2005, I think. This dude was a genius. He's fucking he's like the math wizard, but he like fell in the gutter and he's turned a horrible alcoholic. But like he had this AI with the Ultra Hell. He had it linked with this some kind of voice program or some shit, and he had it every time you would say something, it would respond and like ask if you wanted a beer or something.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous. But it was also ridiculous, but it was also he had it set up in a certain way where it was like, holy shit, he fucking programmed this thing to like fucking.
Hey, I have a question for you that I want to source. I want to research this myself. So we know that the technology exists today for your car to be stopped.
Yeah.
There's a kill switch essentially. However, what I want to investigate is, can they do that with an older car? Can they do something to affect the electrical maybe that will stop, say, a car from 1980?
Well, I mean,
I assume you have to have a computer on your car in order for a kill switch to work, but I
well, you could
think they
always,
have technology to kill an older vehicle too, right?
yeah. I mean, if you were to make a car that was like what you're thinking, for safety wise, I would get like a 1990 through 92 Mercedes, and then fucking you could put a carbureted engine in it. Just make sure it's a stick shift, and like
A
fucking
carbureted engine as opposed to a fuel injected engine?
yeah, yeah. The carbureted engine, it just runs on a battery. There's no computer or anything.
Can't you kill a battery?
I mean, you could have like a backup battery or something. And the only way to stop battery from I mean, you could have the battery and the engine insulated from the body of the car if like somebody was trying to like you know what the the new world order has a device where they can like uh hit your car with it, and it shorts out. I forget how it's over. It fucks up your car, but like the if you were to have like a some kind of perfect car type of thing, some kind of like, oh my god, like Russia invaded, I need the baddest coolest car on the planet. I mean, you'd want it like insulated for electricity. You would want it you would want like a 1990 Mercedes, have like a carbureted engine, have like a what are those, some of those scanner things, fucking the radar scanners, fucking what else? There's all sorts of stuff. Those people, what is that race called where people race across the country? Uh,
Oh, I don't know.
uh, it's some kind of race. It's been going on since the 70s. One time, one of the fastest times was from a 1980s V12 Jaguar two door. But
In the
like,
United States, there's a race across the country.
yeah, there was one during the pandemic, and somebody broke the record. Uh, but like,
Wait, are you talking about a cannonball run?
Yeah, you know, still want
Oh,
run flat tires. I mean, just run flat tires. Like, I mean, just to have like the coolest car to fucking in case all hell broke loose and Russia or China invaded or some shit.
it's a New York City to LA drive.
Yeah, yeah. You'd want like a 40-gallon gas tank, freaking maybe even bigger. You'd want like fucking you'd probably want some kind of engine that could possibly run off multiple fuels. Like fucking there's an old, I think it's a Soviet engine that runs. You could put axle grease or fucking like hydraulic fluid in it, and the engine will run off it. Not axle grease, but definitely hydraulic fluid or like fucking all sorts of weird shit. You can run it with diesel, gas, kerosene, fucking burn anything in it. It's a badass engine. I mean, it's kind of a big engine, but like, I mean, it could, you could like modify it like a 1990 G wagon or some kind of. I mean,
So
anything that's a stick shift, you could modify and just put a carbureted engine in it.
I
Um,
s- I saw that the best time in that race is a little over 25 hours. A garage in Manhattan to Redondo Beach, LA.
uh, oh
That's
yeah,
crazy. And I was listening to like an old radio show from the late 30s a couple of nights ago, and one of the characters said, "Ah, well, only 18 hours from New York City to Los Angeles." And I was like, 18 hours in a plane. That's how long it used to take. 18 to 20 hours in a plane to fly from New York City to Los Angeles in 1938. Is
Jesus.
that crazy?
Yeah, that sounds like a long time. My girlfriend went to uh, China and all sorts of weird places, freaking with her mom just to like see everything or something. Europe
Hmm.
and stuff, and China was definitely the longest flight. The
I have no desire to visit China at all.
Yeah, that's what I told her. I was like, "What the fuck? Why are you guys going to China? Like, like
Yeah,
there's so many other cool places. I
I
mean,
know.
freaking I'm not sure where I would go.
I would visit Taiwan because I've heard wonderful things about Taiwan.
Well, yeah, Taiwan might be. Well, I don't know about right now. China's trying to invade Taiwan, but like,
Yeah, I don't. There's always something going on. You know
well,
what
my,
I mean? It's like,
this old dude I know, he's married to this lady that's, I don't remember which country, but he flew there with her to go visit her family or some shit. And the fucking, he said the airplane was landing, and that fucking he's sitting there, and fucking all of a sudden it like and I don't remember what he said fucked up, but he said the plane like bounced or something on the runway, and that he like freaking hit his head and he lost a tooth, and it was like holy shit. I was like, what the fuck? He said his hip was like all fucked up, and he's
wow.
like battered and bruised from this plane, and I was like, what the fuck? Why don't you? I was like, you need to go to the doctor right now and get an attorney and fucking like sue the fuck out of that plane company, you know? And then I even like went out of my way to get my girlfriend's lawyer because she was really good and fucking that like freaking he didn't even, I don't even think he called. And I was like, oh what? Like why? You clearly got like freaking, you know, he was like literally battered from the airplane ride.
Wow.
And I was just blown away. I was shocked. I was like, man, you got like $1 million lawsuit here. Like fucking us. I mean, like just in my non-professional opinion, you know, fucking
Hmm. I
that.
think turbulence used to be a lot worse. I think that turbulence has improved significantly in the last couple of decades.
Oh yeah, I think trains are the safest way to travel, aren't they?
I don't know. I I have never. I've never traveled by train. Oh, yes, I have traveled by train, but not long distances.
I think I went to Chicago once on a train.
Yeah, I haven't done anything like that. I've just done short train trips. Oh, and I don't ever think I've never taken a train in the USA. The trains I've taken have been outside the USA.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. That'd
yeah.
be fun. I mean, my
They
friend
have
from
some they have some really nice trains. They're very expensive, like luxury trains in Europe.
oh yeah, that'd be cool. It'd be the way to go. I mean,
I know, but but when I say expensive, I would not spend $15,000 for a first class,
Jesus,
for a
you could
10-hour
build a
trip.
train for that much. No.
Yeah, I mean, some of them are, there's one of them that is quite spectacular, and I think it's 15 to $20,000. Um,
Oh yeah,
and then there's another one that somebody told me about. I'm afraid to visit India. I don't want to get sick.
I wouldn't go to India. My ex went to India, and she was like, everything smells like
People
feces.
either love it or hate it.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
my ex from the Cougar, she was very picky, but she wasn't. She was like, but not judgmental. Of like one of her sisters like was kind of scrubby, and so, but like so she wasn't like But then she goes to India, and she's like, oh fuck that place, It's pretty funny.
Mm. Yeah. How many exes do you have? Shoot.
Not, I think like 7. I think.
Oh, wow.
Is that a lot?
That's a lot. That's a lot of exes.
Well, I've been with my girlfriend for like 11 years, I think. So the other ones that wasn't with them that long, only like a couple years. Or wait, I don't even know. Freaking, it's not worth the memory. the, the cougar lady was crazy though. She was her mom was the head of the Eastern Star in Michigan, and she was all into the occult. And it was like I had just like freaking. I was like, well, she said she was 26, and I was 26, or I think I was. I don't know how old I was, but she said that she was the same age, and then I seen that she had like some kind of vaccine scar from the 60s or something. And
Oh,
I
the
was
round
like,
one. There's a
yeah,
round scar. I think that's from a smallpox vaccine.
yeah. I was like, what? I didn't say anything, but I seen it, and then she went to the bathroom, and I, checked her ID, and she was like really 43, and I was like, oh, what the fuck? Because nobody knew it. Nobody noticed. Fucking. I don't know. It was I didn't think she looked that old, but like, I mean, well, but she would go to Egypt all the time, like fucking Egypt and all sorts of weird
Oh
places.
gosh.
She used to be
Egypt
married.
is hard. Yeah.
She was married to like some fucking rich Saudi dude, and fucking he was fucking loaded, like fucking to the gills with money, and fucking like he
Wow.
he he basically paid her off because she was sick of his bullshit. The
Wow.
I remember she said that Saudi fucking rich dude was always fucking. She said the worst thing about being with him was he had shit stains in his drawers.
Ew. Well, they consider going to the bathroom haram, right?
That-
Yeah, it's true. I'll
what?
tell you something off the air. I'll tell you something off the air that an Israeli friend shared with me about that.
That's fucked up.
Um,
So what? They're just like, oh, I'm just gonna. They're just.
Hey, women, dogs, and going to the bathroom are all haram.
So they just don't go to the bathroom, or what?
No,
Or they just
I don't want to say
they
here.
wet
I'll
themselves.
tell you. I'll tell you
They
later.
poop their pants. Poopy pants.
Mm, some people aren't very clean.
But that's crazy because that cougar chick, she flat out was like, it's like, oh, that rich piece of shit, like, like pooping his
That's
pants.
gross.
That's like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Hey, somebody messaged you out here.
Oh, somebody was trying to come on. I didn't know who they were, so I don't want them to come on and say the usual things that people try to, you know,
Yeah.
that there's like some kind of game to them. Like they come on and like, oh, did you know the Earth is flat, or did you know that it's the Jews or something? Like
Yeah.
get the fuck out of here! Like we're talking about heavy conspiracy, not like fucking people just universalizing everything into one thing that they think is what's happening.
Yeah, Ellie just dropped off. She didn't say goodbye. I think I chased
Oh,
her away.
no, she said in the chat that her computer was heating up. It was up in the chat more.
I didn't mean to do that. I just heard her say that Israel hates America. No, they don't. Israel has diplomatic ties with Egypt, with Saudi Arabia. I mean, these are, well, Saudi's a little bit more public now, but they've had diplomatic relations with Egypt for a while,
Oh, yeah.
especially under Al-Sisi. Yeah,
Well,
it's
I mean, based on General MacArthur saying that the UN gave the Koreans his war plans and all this stuff, all this information,
oh
I would
yeah.
say that the UN is probably giving all the Saudis and all these other people information about Israel and about their military stuff.
Oh yeah.
Because
Yeah, I
that
wouldn't
thing
doubt
about
it.
that thing, what was that? The date on the September or November that there was a party or something in Israel and there's some kind of attack on Israel or some shit. It was a few years ago or something, but
Oh,
like
you're talking about October 7th, 2023.
yeah, that's it.
That
Yep.
was brutal. That was
Yeah, so like
absolutely a horror.
well, you were talking about the defenses of the area in that location, and
Yeah.
that fucking they must have had some kind of insider information or something, and that it
Yeah,
could
I
have
don't want to
been
talk about that on
well, no,
the
it could
air.
have been
I'll
leaked.
tell you stuff about that off
It
the
could have
air.
been leaked by the UN to the enemies of the country. Uh,
Yeah, I think it was a holiday, and they, what Israel officially said, because a scorpion moves in the desert and they know it. So, um, definitely in the lower ranks, at the lower levels. I mean, they were completely taken by surprise. Was there something more nefarious going on at the top? That would be very, very devastating. Is it possible? Sure, it's possible. Um, yeah, that day was absolutely
yeah,
brutal. And I had one neighbor that I met. She's a dog walker, and I don't know how Israel came up, and she said, oh my gosh, that she was absolutely horrified by October 7th. But she was horrified by October 7th because she's a dog lover, and Hamas killed all the dogs first.
Jesus,
Well,
that's fucked up.
they knew because the air quotes Palestinians that would cross the border from Gaza into southern Israel to work on these kibbutzes, they provided Hamas with the layouts of the kibbutzes. This family, it's a family of 5, 3 children with the ages, the 2 parents, and they have a German Shepherd. This family, and giving that. So that's how
Jesus,
Hamas was able to map out. They knew exactly where everyone was, the size of every family, who had dogs. And as soon as they got into a location, they shot all the dogs first.
That's fucked up.
So yeah, that's what this neighbor, that's what outraged her. They killed all the dogs. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Well,
people
they don't
are.
care about dogs. They torture dogs to death. Did you know that?
Well, I know that there's a bunch of Islams in Scotland or something, and they were making up legal cases where they were trying to say that their neighbors couldn't own dogs because they
Yes.
moved to the proximity, and it was like, what? That's fucking bullshit. All
Yeah.
these people are anybody that speaks about anything in Europe is, especially England, is like fucking,
As
you
soon
know,
as they become the majority, you can't get bacon on your sandwich. They don't want you to own dogs. You can't get bacon on your sandwich. Then they start implementing their rules. But
well, yeah, I mean, the when you drive around, you know, Detroit or something, it's like, holy shit, like this is fucking. It's, I mean, some of their food is decent, but like, there's like, it's just crazy because it's like a flood of people, and it's like, where the fuck did all these people come from? Because Detroit in 1904 or so, it was
mhm.
all people that were gypsies, and that Detroit had the
Oh,
Gypsy King that lived in fucking the Gypsy King was in Detroit, and he was the richest gypsy in the world. And fucking
wow. I didn't know that.
yeah, he was when he passed away, that all there was a festival that was rarely seen, where the gypsies brought the rugs out, and they put the rugs all in a pile that stacked like 5 feet high, and then they
Wow.
right in the spot where the dude passed away, and they had it right in the street with fucking and then there was a huge, some kind of, funeral for the dude right in the street, and it was all like this huge elaborate thing. There's no records of it except for a few newspapers. It blew my mind. I was like, wow, that's, I never knew anything about gypsy stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because one of my
Yeah.
friends, he's part gypsy, and he's also part Jewish and Italian or something.
There's a movie called The Gypsy King from like 1980, I want to say, with Julia Roberts' brother, Eric Roberts.
I don't think
And
I've seen that one.
he was absolutely stunning in that movie. He was gorgeous. Just a beautiful, 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 beautiful young man. And
All right.
Brooke Shields plays his baby sister.
Have you seen a movie with Harrison Ford where he's like a mad professor and he goes to South America or something?
Oh, isn't that called Mosquito Coast?
Yeah, I was thinking about watching it, but I never watched it. But I was reading the people's comments on the movie. And some people were like, "Oh, I'm never watching this again." It's like, what?
Oh, really?
Yeah, they felt very strongly about the ending or something. I think I know I've seen it before, but it's been so long. Like like the older movies got more of a zing to them sometimes. Yeah, like if you haven't watched like the fucking what is that movie where the one armed man or whatever?
Wait, what's the one-armed man?
The where he like jumps out of the dam, and the he was framed by the one armed man, Harrison Ford.
Oh, I don't know that one. I thought I'd
uh
seen all of
and what
Harrison
was it?
Ford's movies.
The how what is that called? Damn it. Is anybody in the audience? No. We'll look that up real quick. One armed man movie.
Oh, River Phoenix is in The
Oh, The
Mosquito
Fugitive.
Coast.
The Fugitive.
Oh, The Fugitive. Oh, I saw The Fugitive. I don't remember anything about it though.
Well, it's pretty good. It's he gets framed in the movie and he's like trying to run away or something.
Yeah.
It's just like refreshing with no phones and stuff. The that,
Yeah.
that's why I was watching that '60s movie or '70s with the Michael Caine. They're all driving the Mini Coopers.
Oh, The Italian Job. Yeah, that's a classic. I haven't seen that movie either.
Yeah.
Oh, we were talking about The Man Who Would Be King.
Oh yeah.
I want to watch that movie.
Yeah, Donut wanted to do a screening on it on Venmo or something, or I don't Patreon. I don't remember which
Patreon
one of those things.
on Bevmo. Did you say on Bevmo?
Venmo, I think is what it's called.
Venmo
Or
is a Cash App.
oh, okay. I get all those names mixed up.
Patreon, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to take off because it's 3:30 and I got up out of bed just to jump on
Oh yeah.
and chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
This is
probably
going to
gotta
throw
crash
off
out
my
too.
sleep pattern.
Oh yeah. Well, it seems like the sun's been out. I've been like more energetic somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been pretty crummy. The weather was terrible yesterday and it's just going to be just as bad today. And I'm debating if I should, just for fun, if I should get on Patreon and just kind of watch the live Super Bowl thing. But at the same time, there's a part of me, I know it's a ritual and I don't want to give my
Well,
energy to
it
that.
could just be all just bunch of people that are all out of their minds. The
That's
Super
true.
Bowl people. It's like culture is a runaway train. It's just like
Well,
plowing through everything.
that's true. It is. It is.
They're just
But
trying to
it's not
persuade.
random. It's a runaway train, but it's not a random runaway train. That's the rub for me.
Well, it's like there's.
Culture is controlled.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, they were talking about the creation of new words in this book earlier, and it was like that's what they're doing. It's like they were saying that I think it was Rome or something that they create. Or no, it was saying that it it was interesting. It was saying that one of the sons of Noah or some shit made China or something, and that they compartmentalized the language to certain vowels and words or letters and shit, and that the that how did it go? It was they were using very similar language. They were doing language descriptions, and it was like uh, there was this huge connection with Chinese and fucking the language of the sons of Noah or some shit. It was, I mean, I was blown away. I was like, man, that's crazy. Like, there was connections also with Hebrew and multiple Native American tribes and South American tribes as well, and that was pretty mind blowing. I mean, I knew about some of the tribes, but I didn't know about like the Iroquois and like bunch of other tribes that it listed. It listed my tribe on well, part. I'm part of the tribe, but like uh, it was I forget what it was talking. It was talking about the sun words. The sun words were the same. It was doing like a comparison and like a chart.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty interesting. It was I was like well then they were okay. So they were naming okay. So originally in the zodiac there was only 10 tribes or 10 zodiacs for the main ones.
Mm-hmm.
And like and then it got switched to 12, but the 10 ones were based on according to the writer that they were based on different zodiacal regions on the map,
Hmm.
and that like they were comparing the Americas, the Americas north and south both had the eagle, and fucking that's the Blackfoot symbol is the eagle, and that the regions, the constellations in the sky, there's 88 altogether. The but it was even boiling it down to the it was, it was connecting the Brits and Canada to the word Kina, and then it was saying fallen in the native language was Chanel or Chanal,
Hmm.
in the Hebrew is Chanal, and that was a reference or that was the same word as Cana, and that that it was referring to the constellation Cygnus, and that the Cygnus was the falling zodiac sign or whatever, and that it was connecting it with Cygnus was falling and the fallen angel, quote unquote. But like it wasn't like in any sort of modern Luciferianism or something, but it was just some kind of ancient, like riddle or something. But like,
Mm-hmm.
but like, I don't know. It was wild because it was going over China and fucking the whole shebang. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I was pretty blown away. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Well,
I'll,
you
I'll
probably
probably
better pass out. So just so
what?
you get sleep. You probably better pass out just so you get
I
sleep.
know. I hope I pass out. I hope I get at least another 4 or 5 hours of good sleep. But
Oh yeah.
I just woke up to go to the bathroom when I heard that. I had fallen asleep already, but
Oh yeah. Well, I'd pass you a joint. That would help
yeah, that'll put me to sleep.
you.
Yeah. Right. Well, okay. I'm gonna take off and yeah, have a good night. Have fun
Oh yeah.
tomorrow.
Weird.
Okay.
Peace.
Peace out.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go to sleep too. Let's freaking damn it. Yeah, I better go to sleep. I drink way too much pop. I need to only drink like one or two pops instead of three. Freaking yeah, I need to just quit drinking pop. Stick to water. Freaking drink some of that freaking what is that? That reverse osmosis water. Some this stuff's good to drink maybe every once in a while. Not like all the time, but like freaking. All right. Yeah. Peace out. Uh, listen to William Cooper. Read books because it's not just Cooper's research, but like he says a lot of bibliography type stuff. He's saying books and stuff. He's referencing all these books, and the same way with people hate Terrence McKenna, but Terrence McKenna references like a million books, and it's like Terrence McKenna predicted all this stuff, this culture and stuff. He thought it was going to go in a good way though, and that it seemed to have took a whole spin that he had never expected, and that I mean, technically, Terrence McKenna's mentor or whatever was definitely some kind of agent or something, uh, Timothy Leary, and that but it's like I think Terrence was kind of like a Jordan Maxwell type of character, where it's like he wasn't part of anything, but he was aware of stuff that other people weren't, and that and it's like he Terrence McKenna was in it for himself. Everything they did, it was for the research. That's why I'm comparing it to Jordan Maxwell because it was for the research, and that Terrence McKenna said he was under the guise of being a professional butterfly collector for Berkeley. He would travel to all these crazy countries and examine their religion and stuff, and that fucking I mean, even if he say he was involved with the gathering information for some kind of intelligence gathering thing about tribal customs and initiations and stuff, Terrence McKenna was not trying to promote anything that was that was something that was, if he was connected to something, he wasn't trying to promote what they were promoting. I mean that he more along the lines, you know, he predicted this stuff. He didn't even know he was predicting it. He just thought it would be a good idea but he didn't realize that the culture was being brainwashed into it, and that so repetition is the best way to. And so certain subjects he talks about where he's talking about it in surrealism. He's not talking about literal worship of a goddess or something, and the he just meant like people getting back to tribal cultures of where indigenous roots and stuff, and that the and the because somebody who's not versed in certain subjects would hear Terrence McKenna and think that he's like, I mean, he definitely probably had a lot of bad ideas, but for example, ignoring the traditional plant. Well, I don't know if he ignored it, but I'm assuming that he probably didn't, uh, you know, take any of the the anti-cancer plants that from South America that he knew about. It's like it's fucked up. I mean, like that's why I'm always taking the fucking the stinging nettles. Stinging nettles. They're like stinging nettle root extract. Fucking I'm not taking it for cancer or something. It's stinging nettles is good for inflammation. That fucking like all my bones have been like broken so many times. From skateboarding and shit, fucking doing construction work and stuff, like fucking I don't know. I've had my hands smashed, boards, and like no, I've broke my shin for sure. I mean, it was not like it wasn't all the way through, but it was fucking definitely. I was definitely limping for like 3 months. Like fucking it was bad. But conveniently it was in the same spot where I broke my leg before, so fucking somehow I didn't break. That's what they say. When you break one bone, it's becomes like fused together in a way that fucking like I because I've hit my thumbs quite a few times, hammers and shit on accident. Freaking the one time I was doing construction and fucking this is when I was younger and it was and I had to carry all these 60-pound bags down the hill for some like big lake house or something. We were building some kind of big deck or something that was had like this. It was like a giant stairway that went down this hill on some lake or something. But like, um, yeah, I was holding the bag of cement or something. Somehow I slipped and fucking like started tumbling down the hill and fucking knocked the boathouse off the foundation because I fell into it. It was pretty funny. I mean, it didn't really hurt because it was, like metal or something. But I don't know. It was funny. Yeah. So the I guess let me think if I got any final thoughts. Well, so I guess the well, I guess the controversy on fucking Facebook or whatever, where it was like I was just asking people for evidence of the Epstein stuff, and like there was a huge controversy with people saying like, "Oh, fuck you if you don't blindly believe everything that people say," and it's like I'm just looking for evidence, just to see, just to talk about on the news type stuff for the show, and it's like people are just because these people knew I had a podcast and shit, and it's like, oh, fucking it's like I'm just asking like because I was like, oh, pretend like I'm a lawyer, and I'm just asking for evidence that would actually hold up for certain stuff about the Epstein stuff, and I did see a ton of definitely incriminating stuff on Epstein that was disgusting, and that Epstein's a disgusting person, and that there's I mean there was I there was a ton of big names involved in that thing. It was like, what the fuck? This is crazy. Like these people are all fucking garbage. Like this is insane. Like fucking I don't know. I mean, it's none of my business, but I was just trying to get information on it. But for the fucking for the YouTube and fucking name I'm stoned. But it was just crazy because I had people that I knew from high school just like send me inboxes on Facebook, all these big fucking paragraphs and shit, like fucking like because they were assuming that I flat out didn't believe anything or something, and it was like, well, I believe the evidence that I've seen, and it's like with the Epstein stuff and like uh they were just all uppity up and like it was just crazy. It was like freaking and then it was fucked up because it was like I was like or David, I'm just freaking that's a long subject. It was just the people were just giving me a hard time and they were like they were upset that I was simply asking. I mean, you could do this with any subject where it's like you ask something about, you can take almost any controversial subject, go on your Facebook, ask a simple question, and then ask for 100% evidence. Like, I mean, that's where it's like fucking, there's, I mean, like the conspiracy, well, that one letter that was fucking in those 400 files, there's one or two letters. It was, and the DOJ files, those were the pictures. Those were definitely incriminating, uh, in my non-professional opinion. the, I mean, like freaking like yeah, I don't know if I should smoke more joint. Yeah, what time is it? We got to back up. Yeah, so what was I getting at? I mean, if it's like, okay, so say they got uh say that the DOJ, that they have in that area, that's a rich area, and that there's all sorts of big businesses, corporations that have video cameras pointing to their parking lots and stuff. And that I guarantee you that there's thousands of hours of security footage of Epstein with his cliques of people and fucking and the prostitutes that they were bringing to their massage appointments, and that fucking that I guarantee it's out there. That there's probably definitely security footage from near Epstein's apartments, near every place. I guarantee it. If there's not, then those companies and stuff are paying. That they don't have the right type of security cameras, because I guarantee that one of those locations had security camera footage of Jeffrey Epstein with his people and with their fucking prostitutes, their fucking whores or whatever. That fucking I said Epstein too much. I seen the screen just flash. Not the big screen, but the screen in the screen on the website. That's funny. Is that the modern day phone click? Hello, click. Like, back in the 90s, I used to call one of my friends to get weed, and because I'd buy like an ounce every week of weed, and fucking back in the 90s, and fucking like, and you'd call and you hear some like click noises or some shit, and fucking, and then he'd say all sorts of crazy shit, just joking around, like fucking, uh, but like, and then you'd hear it click more. It's like, what the fuck? I'm just trying to buy a bag of weed. 'Cause he was talking about like nukes or something, like just joking, and like Iran or something. He was saying all sorts of stupid shit that was, but you could tell that back in the 90s that phones, if they were tapped or something, like you could definitely hear it on those old phones back then, because people think that, it's like, okay, so imagine that Will Smith movie, whatchamacallit, what the fuck is that called? You know what I'm talking about? The what is that called? It's got Will Smith and fucking Gene Hackman. It's all about some kind of security state or some shit. I think it's made in like 1999 or something. Let me see if I can look that up. But so, because everybody's going on the tech stuff, the fucking, they don't realize the tech stuff is old. The fucking, you could like whistle a fucking whistle into an old phone, and you could hack the phone with the fucking whistle. That the, what was I looking up? The, it was called Enemy of the State. The movie was called Enemy of the State, and it was about Will Smith, and there was some kind of bird watchman that was recording birds in some lake or something, and that there was some kind of incident, some kind of crime happened, and that somehow the in the movie that the footage from the bird thing got to Will Smith in the movie, and that he was then Will Smith was targeted by some kind of intelligence thing trying that was working for some official, and that they were trying to get the the video from Will Smith, and that he was running, and that the phones were all tapped and everything. There was all these satellite images and all this stuff, and like fucking that's it's like back then those phones and stuff in the 90s, that they could tap into any phone line. That any they didn't you know they didn't need warrants. They could do whatever the fuck they want. And fucking people think that there's some kind of limited arm of the New World Order. That I guarantee that every phone, every fucking device, everything with an electronic FCC logo on it is conveying information to the UN or the IMF or some shit. And fucking the whole FCC, fucking you can take any electronics apart, almost anything, and you will find an FCC logo. So what is an FCC logo doing in certain electronics, such as an LED light bulb that has no because you know what FCC means, right? I mean, fuck is that? I'm stoned. FCC meaning Federal Communications Commission, the independent U.S. government agency that regulates interstate and international communications via radio, television, wire, satellite, and cable. It promotes competition, technological innovation, and licenses infrastructure. The FCC is overseen by Congress and led by 5 presidentially appointed commissioners. Key aspects of FCC include regulation of communication networks, protect consumer, blah, blah, jurisdictions, television, radio, wires, satellite, cable, increasingly internet, Wi-Fi, text message compliance. I guarantee the list goes on and on and on and on. And on. That fucking enforcement ensures compliance with the regulations of the corporation, conducts investigations by handles licensing. Structure comprised of 5 commissioners appointed, blah blah. You get the idea. But so, what is an FCC logo doing in a light bulb? Is the light transmitting some kind of data? What are the FCC doing in the keyboards on your computer? You can take almost any keyboard apart, you'll find the FCC logo. You'll find the FCC logo on certain processors. You'll find them on all sorts of shit. Fucking TVs, everything. Fucking FCC logo. It's like, what the fuck? You know, I guarantee it's branch of fucking intelligence. Fucking, I mean, I can't guarantee that. Just see, keep in mind, most of the things I say are speculation. You know, so don't get your panties in a knot. Fucking don't get your fucking shoes tied. You know about what I'm saying. You know, don't get it tattooed on your arm. I mean, because I could just be a stoned idiot that's fucking retarded. I mean, no offense, actual, you know, but like, yeah, I'm stoned. I think I might smoke one more of those. Yeah. Yeah, because that's what I want to talk about with tech stuff. 'Cause it's like back in the old internet, there was rumors that televisions had ways of, seeing and not just showing, and that there was rumors that back to the 1950s that the televisions were watching everybody that was watching them, and that fucking just imagine if there was an entire back and forth thing with the televisions. I mean, well, they claim that they could. It wasn't like a huge network, but it was like that they had to that they had to like sit in a van nearby the person's television within like a a block or something, or I don't know what the distance was, but and that they would point something at the person's TV, and then they were able to see what was what the TV was facing. I don't remember what it was called, but it was and it was all rumors. I don't know if it's true or not, but it was that's the old internet used to have a lot of different conspiracy rumors. There wasn't like all this new stuff like flat Earth and all this stuff like Tartaria, all this stuff. It's like that wasn't on the old internet. Those conspiracies were not on the old internet. Those are all new things. They don't exist. Like the fucking there's all sorts of conspiracies that are new and they don't exist. And like then I think that they're psyops, that they're putting stuff in the water, not literally, but metaphorically, that they're putting psyops of conspiracies, fake conspiracies out to the public to see how fast they would spread. Yuri Bezmenov described the same bullshit with fucking Soviets, where they're fucking seeing how fast propaganda would spread, and they didn't expect that in America the fucking sheeple idiot fucking morons would fucking that it would go off like wildfire, the propaganda, and that fucking they didn't expect, and the propaganda about Russia right now, Russia, Putin, oh, Putin's such a good guy, Putin this, Putin that. These motherfuckers don't know who the fuck Putin is. Nobody knows who the fuck Putin is. that fucking all these people, in high places may have talked to Putin for 5 minutes, 20 minutes, who knows? But like the ones, they're not these Russians. They got their shit uh, tighter than a fucking dolphin's blowhole. That these fucking Russians, that fucking, when I was searching for Russian books that were past a certain point in time, that unless it was communist propaganda, there was no books. Period. You could get no books on the internet from past a certain point in Russian fucking books. And fucking and it was like, what the fuck? It's like, so Russia only exports some their propaganda books. That's what they're exporting back, you know, a long time ago. And that, like, because the Iron Curtain was the Iron Curtain, and the fucking the Soviets, when the CIA and that encyclopedia of espionage, it's like when the CIA had gotten to the east side of Germany, they had found the Stasi. They'd found, what was it, like 16,000 garbage bags of fucking of papers that were all shredded up, and fucking there's pictures of them tirelessly putting the papers back together, and that fucking the Russia and China and their spies are probably working together, and that China has been caught spying on America in modern times, right? Fucking, these last couple years, and fucking they've got their TikTok fucking spyware, their fucking cultural warping fucking platform, that fucking you know and that fucking you guys should watch that China Uncensored show, because it's really good. He goes on and on and on about China and fucking all sorts of shit. That fucking his criticisms are golden. Like I mean, I can't. I've never even seen anything that he said that I've even like really fucking that I can think of that I was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, because it seems like everything is. He had a commenter once that was like, "Oh, fuck you, you're bullshit," and then he turned into a whole like fucking video and just to prove that the dude was an idiot. And it was like, wow, that was pretty impressive. Like fucking, but he's been watching China for a hawk for like way too many years, and that fucking, you know, but there's nobody watching Russia. That Russia's, I mean, I don't know. There's nobody talking about Russia. Russia, the what was I getting at? I think I'm gonna go to sleep here. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I've been talking about Russia sometimes. Well, I think the KGB is still alive, and that there's also uh, what is that called? That there's also I think there's also Nazis in Russia as well, and that there's no way that fucking if Bormann was working with the Nazis, that or the Russians, that there's obviously more of them that was probably also working with the Russians, and because this all sprung from Cooper saying that some of the Russians were singing the Horst Wetzel song, and it was like, what the fuck? It's like that's the fucking, what are the Russians doing singing that song? And that and it wasn't like a lot of them, but it was the ones on West Russia, and that fucking and that there's stuff that was going on, I think, in Belarus. And I think Belarus is a big equation piece to this fucking whole thing. And I mean, I think that's what's going on. I mean, Belarus, Russia blocks certain YouTube videos of mine about William Cooper. Literally, Belarus, Russia. Back in like 10 to 15 years ago, Google Maps would not show the area of north of Belarus, Russia, and Belarus itself very well. You could tell it was all texture map forest, fake forest, just like on a fucking video game map or some shit. Because you could see the repeating pattern over and over, and it was like, what the fuck? This isn't a real forest. Like fucking and they've definitely, if they got that shit fucking Photoshop these days, they've definitely improved it. You know what I mean? Like it's like the old pictures of Antarctica were always really bad, like fucking you could tell it was a huge texture map, and now you can actually see stuff in Antarctica with the maps. But we don't know if it's fucking all texture map. Oh, and then the I took some screenshots recently of fucking Antarctica, and it had like green glowing snow, and it was like, what the fuck is that? Like green glowing snow. And I don't know if it was a reflection off from the Aurora Borealis. I mean, it could have been. I would say that's Occam's razor. That most likely it was a reflection off from Aurora Borealis, but it was very strange. Let me see if I can bring that up before I go to sleep here. The let's see. Where was that? No, that's not it. Fuck. Okay. Okay, I found it right here. This is Antarctica. You'll see it's glowing green at this location. -79.582.336, comma 158.068.453. That's the location in Antarctica. And fucking you see again, there's the location first. I'm not gonna repeat it. Well, that's a different number, but you can see this is a wide area, and this is, oh damn it, well, probably this in the corner, this is part of a different photograph, because they're satellite images combined. And fucking this is it's like a part of a mountain range or some shit. I mean, it's quite odd that it's such a large area of like solid green. I mean, I'm pretty stoned, but I thought it blew my mind. It was like, that's interesting. I mean, like, cause right here, for example, it's like, it's only on this face, but not down here. I mean, is that like, or like right here, you would assume it would go up here, and it would like, you know, I don't know. You would just assume if these two peaks are really bright and this is really bright, like unless somehow that this peak is under this peak and the light shining this way, then it's, well, but then that doesn't explain this piece right here, because if this is green and the light was shining from the upper right, then this part would also be green. Well, I guess. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that line right there. That's a different. that's a line that's fucking showing. This is a different time on the satellite image. Okay, I'm fucking blind. I mean, but I swear you can like yeah. So there's the line of the yeah. I'm trying to look for well, I mean, okay, so this. Well, I guess that has a tiny little green speck. The is that green? Okay. I guess it's real. I mean, just the mass amount of green on this in general. I mean, because that's a normal like picture on the left where the line is, and on the green part. But then this picture right here in the center is also this is a different satellite image than the left and the right majority of the picture. And so like and then this on the top right is also well, I mean that's well, this on the top right doesn't make any sense because if it was changed in the satellite imagery, it would have been going in a straight line like the other fucking see like if this whole like strip going down the center here was one satellite image going across the continent and then these other strips were other satellite images going from other satellites that were going across. I mean, it's not even that detailed, too. It's like it's like you know, because I'm pretty sure I was zoomed in pretty far, and that like fucking I mean, so like the distance between this left section, I mean, in comparison of like the section on the right, which I mean, technically it does like kind of match up right here to the top, but it's not a perfect. Well, no, that's not even part of the thing. That's fucking part of the dashboard of the Google Maps. Okay, yeah. So I'm fucking retarded. So this, you know, this section of the map doesn't make sense with the ways that the satellite image is in straight lines, where the different time the image was taken is at. That's what I think is significant. Is well, no, not necessarily, but I mean the green stuff in general. I mean, like, what if this part was, well, maybe this could be like a big drop off or something that would explain it, or maybe like, well, if this is an overhang and this is all green from some green light, this would also be green because this. I mean, how could the greenness of light or something only affect the lower area because this obviously looks like an upper area. I mean that's I mean unless this is fucking I mean I'm gonna have to go back to this location on the map. Well, I don't think there's any copper that's like being spread over Antarctica. That would cost a fortune. I mean, well, I thought it was interesting because, like, well, I didn't think of this when I took the screenshots, but when I remember when Donut was saying that he seen some green light in the city or something. That was because I was scrolling through this the other day and was thinking about that. Well, I mean, there could be some kind of like weird programs going on. I mean, who knows? I could swear it to where pictures of Area 51. Yeah, there was some. I think they had old Russian airplanes or something. I thought this location was interesting. I mean, that was just on the map or whatever on Google. I don't know what stick. I'm not sure what that is. All right, well, I'm going to sleep. All right, peace out. Here should be the end picture. Cool. All right. Yeah. Okay. Where's the mouse? All right. Peace out. Oh, doesn't have that back to the screen. All right. Peace out. Hasta luego. Sayonara. What's another one? Ciao. Au revoir. What else did I say? Arrivederci. Wait, is that one? Arrivederci. What's another one? Well, all right. Then we'll go to sleep. All right. Peace.